Great people, welcome to NameTech channel. My name is Nehemiah and I'm glad to have you on board. I'm the founder of NameTech and today we are going to learn JavaScript from the very basics to the advanced of JavaScript. But before we begin, please take a minute, subscribe, like and share the video to your friends if you have not done so. And to the returning subscribers, I really appreciate you very much for your continuous support. Now, without further ado, let's begin understanding what is JavaScript. Basically, JavaScript is a high-level interpreted programming language primarily used for front-end web development. It is one of the core technologies used to create interactive elements and dynamic content on websites. So JavaScript allows you to add behavior, interactivity, and the functionality of the web page. For example, if you have a navigation section, for example, you can have an icon. When you click on it, it opens the content of the menu, or it hides and all that. And then JavaScript is mainly executed on the client side, meaning it runs on the user's web browser rather than the server. So this enables developers to create interactive web pages that responds to the user action in real time without the need to reload the entire page. So basically JavaScript is not limited to the browser environment alone. It is now used for server-side programming because we have technologies like Node.js. Also, it can also be used on app development. We have a React Native and also Ionic. These are very powerful technologies on a mobile app development. Also, it can also be used on game development and even desktop application. So JavaScript has syntax similar to other programming languages such as C. For example, if you have a prior knowledge on C, C++, or a Java, then it's going to be easy for you because it uses the same curly braces to define the block of code and a semicolon to separate statement. So JavaScript is well suited for event-driven programming where action or events by the user or browser trigger specific function or a behavior. So this make it possible to respond to events like a button click, mouse movement, form submission, and many more. And then also JavaScript interact with the document object model, that is DOM, of a web page. So the DOM represent the structure of the structure and the element of a HTML document, allowing JavaScript to access, modify, and manipulate the content and the styling of the web page, dynamically. Like JavaScript can change the HTML content. It can also change the HTML attribute values. It can change the HTML style, that is CSS. It can also hide HTML elements. It can also show the HTML elements. And so guys, overall, JavaScript is a very powerful and a versatile programming language that plays a vital role in modern web development, and it enables developers to create rich, interactive, and a dynamic web application, and are making the web more engaging and user friendly. So guys, I want to begin straight away because I don't like talking much. Now guys, basically in this course we are going to use Visual Studio Code as our code editor, and of course guys, for JavaScript you don't need to install, because I guess in your operating system you have browser, and this browser usually come with the JavaScript pre-installed, so you don't have to install JavaScript because it is installed already. Now guys, I want to show you that JavaScript is installed in your browser. For instance, I'm going to use Google Chrome, and we shall test if indeed we have JavaScript in the Google Chrome or not. Now let's get started there. So guys, basically this is the Google Chrome, and I want us to get to the console and see if we have a JavaScript here in this browser. So just right click on this browser, and then I click on the inspect. Click on the inspect, and then try to find where there's a console. Here it is. Let me try to increase the size. I don't know if it's possible. Let me just try to increase the size of the console, and then I try to zoom in further. Now sorry, let me zoom out a bit. and then let me create more space here, and then or perhaps let me just delete this other section, and also here let me create enough space. So guys, basically I'm in the this Chrome console. Now what I'm gonna do, guys, I want to test if we have JavaScript in this console. So what I'm gonna do, guys, now to write in the console, you're gonna write here console dot log. Now here, guys, I want to write here a symbol JavaScript, a program or a statement, like I want to execute a string that will print nametech, perhaps nametech or www.nametech.com, our website, where we have these courses there. So what I do, guys, let me just type here. Now remember, strings in most programming languages are usually enclosed inside the quotation marks, the quotations. Like you can use either for JavaScript, you can use either a single or a double quotes. So like here I can just say, for example, let me just type here www.nametech.com, and remember that JavaScript statements are closed with a semicolon. You close this JavaScript statement in with a semicolon. I know I've taught you Python and many other programming in this channel, but now for JavaScript, like for example Python, you don't have to close with a semicolon, but for JavaScript you have to. Now here, guys, what I'm gonna do, and let me hit enter and see if it will be executed, and then I guess you can see we have www.nametech.com. Let me try to get there, and guys, by the way, let me show you how you can access the reference to this JavaScript course on the website. So let me give it time to load. As it load, guys, let me just show you also how you can also execute the arithmetic operations. For example, let me say, for example, 10 plus 20, and then you can see, guys, it is 30. So basically it works. And so, guys, I think it has opened. So let me get to, of course you can get to the all courses page and then navigate to the JavaScript. However, I think I can access it here. Let me just try to check and see if I have JavaScript on this front page. Basically it seems I don't have it. So what I do, guys, let me just get to the all courses section, and then let me give it time to load. Let me click on this button, then it's gonna take me to the JavaScript. And then guys, basically in this JavaScript you're gonna access this entire content there. So if you get stuck somewhere, just get to this website, to the nametech.com. Remember, nametech is N-E-H-M-T-E-C-H. The pronunciation is nametech, like name tech, but when you write it is N-E-H-M-T-E-C-H. Now remember, this video is just a standalone video. You don't have to get here, but if you might need to find a reference, then here it is. You can find the exact reference on this website. Now, guys, basically now understand that we have JavaScript in this system. Of course, you can try with the other browser. You can try with other browsers, but basically now you understand that we have JavaScript installed in this browser. So, guys, in this course, I'm gonna use this Google Chrome as the browser, and then I'm gonna use the Visual Studio Code as my code editor. So what I do, guys, for example, if you don't have actually Visual Studio Code, just go to VS Code. Just type here, go to your browser, and then to the search bar, just type VS Code download or a Visual Studio Code download, and then remember, guys, we have another type of Visual Studio, not this one for Microsoft here, not these are Visual Studio tools. We have Visual Studio Code. It is Visual Studio Code. We have Visual Studio, and then we have Visual Studio Code. Now just download Visual Studio Code, and then I download for your operating system. Now this is a different version of the Linux, but yeah, download for either if you're using Mac, if you're using Windows. Remember, for me, I'm using Windows 10. I'm using Windows operating system. So, and I remember I already have Windows in my actually installed this Visual Studio Code in my system, because I always code with the Visual Studio. but for you just download and then install. I think the installation process is just straightforward. Now let me open the Visual Studio Code. Let me open the Visual Studio Code, and then guys, what I do guys, let me just create a folder or open a folder. So let me get to the desktop. I'm gonna place this project at the desktop. Then let me create here a new folder. Let me create a new folder. Perhaps let me call it JavaScript. Java should be Java JavaScript. JavaScript course, something like that. You can give it whichever name you wish. Then let me select the folder. And then guys, remember the interface you encounter is similar to this one. Remember for me, I had already written other project. That's why you can see I have recent stuff, but I think it will have just a similar interface like this. So what you might want to do is perhaps to clear this welcome window, and then guys, what you do, for example, if you cannot access the folder that way, so what you do, go to the file, then I click on open folder, then you are gonna select the folder that you want to place that project into. Now here you have this folder, it is totally empty. Now I want to create here two files. I want to create here two files. Remember, I want to use HTML because with HTML we can execute the codes at the browser. Actually, we can visualize the code at the browser, and then we shall also create an external JavaScript, and we shall link it with the HTML. So let me first of all create the HTML here. It is let me just say, for example, index.html. And then I remember guys, we talked about this HTML previously. So if you don't understand HTML, I have a full course on HTML in this YouTube channel. So just go to the all courses playlist on this YouTube channel, or go to the video, then search for HTML, then you're gonna have access to the HTML full course. And of course, we also have Java, CSS and all that. We have many material guys here. Now, for example, with this Visual Studio Code, it's just easy to write the structure of the HTML document. So just write exclamation, then I hit enter, then it's gonna create for you the simple structure of the HTML document. So here, let me just say, for example, JavaScript course, perhaps something like this. And then guys, what I'm gonna do, let me also add here a H2, perhaps a heading. Then let me say JavaScript and JavaScript full course. Perhaps you can write anything. Now, of course, guys, you can write JavaScript internally you can use internal script here to write your JavaScript. And I remember guys, of always to render the JavaScript, you have to write a JavaScript here at the bottom, because it can render when you write it here at the top. It can make your website take long to respond, because the JavaScript will be trying to render or execute some statements there at the top, and it takes time. So adding here the bottom is quite important, because it will reduce the lagging issues, or many processes taking place behind the scenes. So it's a good practice to use it here at the bottom. And by the way, for me, I'm gonna use it externally, and I will use the script tag with the CRC, now to link it to the external JavaScript. Now I want to create here an external JavaScript. How do you create an external JavaScript file? So you just write, for example, you can call it any name, but it must end with the extension. Dot JavaScript. Actually, dot JS, not JavaScript. So for example, let me just call it something like a main dot JS. Alright guys, I think before I do this guys, let me just create the file. But guys, before I link it, let me just first of all show you how you can use JavaScript internally. So like here guys, I want to let me just create here a paragraph tag perhaps. Let me just create a JavaScript tag here with a p tag, and then here guys, I want to do what I want to use here the inner HTML with the JavaScript. So here let me just create an ID to link this paragraph to the JavaScript that I want to create. So let me use the ID, and then in this ID let me just call it, for example, test or a demo test. And then now guys, now to create the JavaScript, to define a JavaScript tag, we use the script tag, script. Remember we have the script with the CRC, and then I have this script. Now with this script, the way it is like this, you can write your scripts internally, your JavaScript here internally. Like for example, if you want to write here the inner HTML, you can say document. You can say document dot get element by ID, and then so basically we use this styling here, this styling to obtain the ID, and the ID itself is a test. It is test. Now I want to use here the inner HTML, so that I may do what I may view this content. Remember, you can see now the paragraph is empty, but now with the inner HTML here, it's gonna do what? It's gonna add in the HTML paragraph there at the end. So now the content itself is let me just say let me say my first, let me zoom out a bit, I guess you can't see better. Let me say my first JavaScript. My first JavaScript, like that. Then guys, if you're using Visual Studio Code, ensure that you go to the extension, and then I installed something called the live server. Ensure you installed something called the live server. For me, I already installed it, but for you, it will have an option to install. Ensure that you install it, and then once you've installed, guys, you can right click anywhere and then open with the live server. Alternatively, you can just click here on go live. Just click here there on go live, and then it's gonna open this HTML on the browser. And then now guys, you can see it has written what? My first JavaScript, and then essentially we didn't have the something here. So like for example, let me say for example testing. Let me say testing, and then what I do guys, let me just you can see now it is not appearing, it is only viewing what the that inner HTML. So guys, basically this is how you can use JavaScript internally, but I want to use an external JavaScript here. How do you link it? So first of all, let me this code let me paste it here externally to this external JavaScript. And remember guys, I said that external JavaScript files they have the extension .js. You can use any other name before this .js, but the .js is a must, that extension .js. Now guys, basically when you run this code again, it won't work. You can see it's not working. And guys, I don't know if it's possible for me to minimize this window so that we can see in real time what is happening. So I think let me just do this, and then let me put this browser on this other end, or let me just put it here at the bottom. Let me put it there at the bottom. Then this one, let me just try to, how can I minimize it? So that we can see everything in real time. So I think when I say this window like this, it's gonna be easy for us to see what is happening here at the bottom. So let me let it be the way it is now. So I think guys, this way it is quite easier to see what is happening now. This is the browser, and then this is the code editor. So guys, basically now to link your external JavaScript, you have to use the CRC. You have to use the basically script first of all, and then the attribute CRC to link it to the external JavaScript. And remember when you are passing this external file here, it should be exact. Like you just say main. If the external JavaScript is main, you just say main.js. But remember guys, it should be in the same directory. If it's at the different directory, guys, you have to define the file path for it to work. Now, so guys, you can see now when I change here to when I link it this way, you can see now we have this item here. Perhaps let me just try to change here to perhaps my first JavaScript external, maybe something like, let me say external. So guys, you can see it is updating in real time because I enabled this file called. When you scroll down, I added this auto save, so I don't have to save, it saves automatically. And then when you use the live server, it automatically refresh, so you don't have to do the hard refresh. So guys, basically now I want us to begin straight away. Now we have the basic understanding of the code editor and JavaScript. So I want us to dive deeper and begin straight away understanding JavaScript in depth. And so guys, let's begin straight away, and I want us to begin with the JavaScript output. So basically there are several ways on how you can display data in JavaScript. You can write into an HTML element, like the inner HTML. You can write on the HTML itself, like this example here. And then you can also write into the HTML output using the document.write method. And then you can as well write into an alert box using the window.alert method. And then also you can write into the browser console using console.log. So basically, for once again, let me show you. I think for inner HTML, this is the way. I don't have to repeat it again because you just place your element. This is the element, and then you can modify and write the content. You can see it was initially empty, but now it displays this is a JavaScript. So basically, it has written to this. But if I, for example, if I use something like H2, then definitely it will be H2 there. H2, let me say H2. So you can see it's H2, so it is affecting this element here. But you can see we don't have the text here. It is just empty element. But now with JavaScript, we have displayed that the content there. Now the other option is to use document.write. Actually, to if you want to do it, if you want to basically, but this one is most convenient basically for testing. This one can be used on what, on production. So like for example, let me show you. Let me just delete this stuff. Let me delete this stuff, and then perhaps let me just use something like let me say document. First of all, document document.write document.write, and then you can write anything here. For example, let's say 100 plus 20. 100 plus 20, you can see it outputs 120. But using the document.write after the HTML document is loaded, this one will delete all the existing document. So it's always advisable even not to use this kind of a method, because using this document.write after the HTML document is loaded, then it will definitely delete any other content there. But now so guys, the other thing is the alert. Now with the alert, we just say window, we just say we'll just say what? Just say window.alert. Window.alert method, and then you can write here anything, guys. Like for instance, we can say let's say 200 plus 100, and then you can see there's an alert here. You can see this URL, this IP it gives you when you click on OK. So first of all, let me just try again, and let me close here. It's always a good practice to close JavaScript statement with the semicolon. But now you can see it display something here, the alert, and then as you can see it is 300. Of course, you can add in here also a string, like for example, let me say this is an alert box, yeah, let me just say alert box, and then of course I'll have to refresh. Let me refresh here, hard refresh, and then you can see here this is an alert box. So basically, guys, that's how you can work with the alert. But guys, remember with the window, basically you can also skip this window keyboard here. You can definitely just use the alert. You can just use the alert. It will still work even without that window. Basically, in JavaScript, the window object is the global scope object. This means that variables, properties, and the method by default belong to the window object. So this also means that specifying the window is optional. You can decide to use, or perhaps let me try to change here to something else. So let me say this is an alert box updated. This is an alert box updated. And then perhaps let me just so guys, you can see this is an alert box updated. This is an alert. Let me first of all add the refresh. So you can see this is an alert box updated, and then I would introduce that window button. And then guys, as well, you can write on the console. You can write on the console, browser's console, for instance. Let me just maximize this window, and then let me inspect element, and then what I do, there's this button, this option called the console. Let me just there's this part called console. Let me, I don't know if you can see, let me increase the size. So basically here, guys, now I can say, for example, if I want to use the console, here you just type your console.log. If I want to output anything, so .log should be .log. Console, let me just modify here a bit, console.log, and then I should be inside these parentheses, and then always do it, close the script statement with the semicolon. Though it's not a must, guys, but it's just a good practice. And then you can see here, for example, 6, maybe let me say something like 20 plus what, 20 minus 80. 20 minus 80. Now when I hit enter, then you can see it will display what basically, guys, here it should be this one is, oh guys, basically, you know, when you use the quotes, it defines it as a string. So if I want to use an integer, you have to remove that quote, so that it can give you -60. You know, when it is defined with the quotes, then the browser, actually the JavaScript, will assume it as a string. So you have to use it outside the quotes. It shouldn't have the quotes, actually. So guys, basically this is how you can output JavaScript statements or programs. And then also let me talk about the statements in a few JavaScript statements. And basically a computer program is a list of instructions to be executed by a computer. Now in programming language, these programming instructions are called statements. So a JavaScript is a list of programming statements. Like this, just the first statement. You can see it is enclosed. It ends with a semicolon. Yeah, it ends with a semicolon. Now, in HTML, JavaScript programs are executed by the web browser. So, in a nutshell, JavaScript statements are composed of values, operators, expression, keywords, and also comments. Uh, so, um, you can so guys, basically what we have been writing here on the script. These are examples of the JavaScript statements. Now, remember it ends with the semicolon. It's not a must, guys, but it's a good practice to close each statement with a semicolon. I think, guys, you've understood that. And then, guys, perhaps let's discuss the syntax in JavaScript in details. So, JavaScript syntax is the set of rules on how JavaScript programs are constructed. And guys, in this case, I want us to use the external JavaScript. So let me just delete this one again. How do I delete? Let me delete, and then I show you how you can do it. So what I'll do, let me create another file, and then I call it perhaps main or a scripts.js. Remember, it must end with the extension .js to define that it's a JavaScript file. And then, so to link it, we can use now, instead of this a script, we'll have to add in the src attribute. So it is a script, but has the src attribute. And then here we can pass in here scripts scripts.js. Now, I think if the name is correct, then you'll have linked the external JavaScript to this script. So like for instance, let's try to check if it will work. Let me minimize this section. You can see we have an ID here. Let's try with the external JavaScript here and see if it will work. So what I'll do, let me first of all remove this stuff. Let me here say, guys, a document. Remember how you could write inside an element, the element of an to write inside the HTML element. So it's document dot get element by ID. Then the ID, I think it was test. It was test. I think test, and then I will use the inner HTML to use it inside the HTML element. And then let's say, for example, this is JavaScript. This is JavaScript. So guys, you can see it's working. Basically, this shows that we've linked the JavaScript. Let me try to do this. Maximize, actually increase the size a bit so that you can see very well the content. Oh, I don't know what's the problem here, but let me try again. Let it be the way it is, guys, and then let me zoom out and then try to, yeah. So yeah, guys, basically you can see now, basically you can see it's working now. We have linked the external JavaScript, and guys, by the way, in production, basically when you are developing a website, I think it's a good practice to use external JavaScript, so that you may not write a lot of codes in a particular document, so that every element, every content, it needs different files so that you can access them easily. Now, there's something else, guys, that I want to show you is the JavaScript comments. So, what are JavaScript comments? Comments can be used to explain JavaScript code and to make it more readable. And remember, this one just helps the coder to understand codes. Like, for example, if you're collaborating or if you're working with different developers, so you might want to add comments so that they may understand what type of content is there, or basically to understand codes. For example, here, now remember the comments are defined with a line, with a single line. They are called forward slashes, two forward slashes. like this, not here, this way. This defines that there is a comment. So for example, if I add here, like let me say this is a comment. This is a comment. You can see it is just available at the browser, actually at the code, so that people can understand, can read this is a code. But you can see here the execution at the browser. There's no something like this is a code. Even when you refresh and do all manner of things, it won't display anything because it's JavaScript will not execute comments. This one just help the coder to understand the code. Like for instance, if I try to add here the comment, you can see it won't bring anything here the browser, because now the browser or a JavaScript will assume this entire statement is what is a comment, so it won't execute it. But I can see when I remove, then it will be displayed there. So now guys, basically for multi-line, for example, you have several. Let me try this. Sometimes you might find yourself you have a lot of comments, and then to actually not you have a lot of what, you have a lot of codes, and then you don't want to add these parentheses every now and then. Perhaps you have a lot of a lot of codes, you just want to make them comments at the same time. So what you do, you use this a forward slash and then asterisk, forward slash followed by the asterisk. Now remember, you can see when you don't define the end, then it will assume every content after these two symbols, this forward slash and asterisk, it will assume everything is a comment. But for instance, if we decide to add here the closing, is just asterisk, then and the forward slash. So you can see now these two lines are comments. Now when I place it at the end, wherever, at the end, then every other comment, every other statement will be the comment. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. And so this, the purpose of comment, just to help developers understand their codes. So for example, you have written your code now, and then I want to modify it perhaps next year, or some 3 years from now. So when you have the comments, you'll understand your code very well. Like you can say this one, you are writing a function for the on-click events for the navigation buttons and all that. And then the next thing is, let's talk about the JavaScript variables. Now, JavaScript, or basically variables. Variables are containers for storing data values. Like for example, if you have something like let's say, I like using this example. If you have a water tank to store water to be used later, and then actually variables also are the containers, just like the water tank. This one also are like containers to store data values to be used later. So you can store several values. Let me just show you guys an example. Remember, we have four ways on how you can declare JavaScript variables. We have automatically. You can as well declare variable using the var keyword. You can as well use a delete keyword, and then you can as well use the const keyword. Let's begin with each step by step. Now let me do this. Let me just remove the comment. Let me remove the comment here. Let me remove the comment, and then here guys, what I'll do, let me just say, let's begin with the automatic. Let's just begin with the automatic way on how you can declare variable. Remember, automatic, you don't have to declare your variables. So what you'll do, let's just say, for example, let's say x, let's give it something like 100, and then you close a statement with a semicolon, and then xy, let's give it something like 600, and then z, I will give it perhaps x, plus x plus what is the plus y, and then so here we'll pass here z, and then you can see now it prints out 800. So you can see we haven't declared anything, but it still works. So this is what we call the automatic declaration, actually automatic way on how you can use to declare variables. Automatic way, you don't have to add in the keyword like a let, var, or a const. Now so guys, basically it is considered a good practice always to declare your variables before you use them. So like for instance, you can say var. Remember, this is the old way to declare variables. Nowadays, we use let and a const. So you can see it still gives you the results, but let me try to say plus, perhaps let me say plus 200, and then you can see it's now 1000. So you can see we have used the keyword and it still gives you the results. Now let me talk about this var keyword in a few. The var keyword was used in all JavaScript code between 1995 to 2015, and the let and the const keywords were added to JavaScript in 2015. Now, the var keyword should only be used in code written for older browsers, perhaps the browsers which are from 2015 and below, when we don't have those, the let and the const. So let, let me say let. So we use let. You'll see it gives you there. Let me try to add in something so that at least you see that it's updated. So you can see now it is 2000. You can see it worked. And then we also have another one called a const. Const. And then now here, to show you that it's working, let me try to remove this one. And then you can see it's 1000. So now how do you know that it's time to use the const or to use the let? Remember I told you that the var keywords can only be used for browsers which do not support the let and the const. The browsers which are 2015 and below, yeah. But first of all, it's a good practice to declare your variables like a const or a let. So we use const if the value should not be changed. So like for example, you can say, for example, x, maybe x again. You can see we have declared this value to x. We have declared this x to 200, and then now we have declared this y to 600. So you can see they are both x. So this one will not work. You can see, in fact, there's nothing here in the browser, and when you inspect, you'll find out that let me try to check the bug here. Sorry, I shouldn't. How do I observe the error? In the console. Yeah. You can see uncaught syntax identifier has already been, or you can see x has already been declared. X in this script file has already been declared, so you can redeclare the constant, the const keyword. So once you have declared your constant value, then you cannot use it again. So it remains constant, so you can either use y or any other thing, but not x again. Remember, for var, actually for other variables, you can as well try to redeclare. You can redeclare actually your variables. So, and then also You can as well use this const keyword. You can as well use this const keyword if the type should not be changed. It can be the array and objects also. And then guys, also you can use delete if you can't use the const. If you can't use the const, then you can use the delete. Delete. Let's try delete. Let's say delete. And then I'm not sure if this can be declared. Let me try X. This one also cannot be declared, redeclared. So for let also it cannot be redeclared. Let's try with the var. var, and then let me try X. So guys, you can see this one can be redeclared, right? So now we'll have to. So we don't have this. We don't have a Y now. Let me just say X plus 200. So it will be. So it will use this second one, the updated version. So this is the previous. And then this one is what is redeclared. So it will use this 600 plus 200. Then it will give you 200. But for let and const cannot be redeclared. Cannot be redeclared. Perhaps let me try to talk about the JavaScript identifiers for you to understand much better. Now, all JavaScript variables must be identified with a unique name. Must be identified with a unique name for you to use it very well. So that unique name is what we call the identifier. The identifier, you can identify the container for perhaps Z or X and all that. So it can be only unique. So these unique names, they are called identifiers in JavaScript. So identifier can be short names like what we have here, X, Y, Z, or it can also be a descriptive name like the first name, last name, age, sum, total volume, mass, weight, and all that. So the general rule for constructing names for variables or a unique identifier are perhaps the name can contain letters, digits, underscores, and the dollar signs. Basically, these are the only characters that can be used, and the numbers cannot have any other special characters besides this. Let me show you an example. Like for example, let me say first name, and then here let me just first name. Let me first of all assign here to let me say Nehemiah. And then here let me just say first name. And then you'll see it is Nehemiah. You can see it's Nehemiah. But then guys, I say that it can only contain letters, and you can see this one are just letters. It can as well contain what? It can as well contain the digits. Digits like 1, 1, 2, 3, and all that, right? So like I'm gonna say, let me just do this. Let me say select these two, and then let me say name. I say also it can accept one, actually digits like 1, and then you can see it display here, Nehemiah, and then you can as well use the dollar sign. Actually, you can as well use the dollar sign, this symbol. You can see it still gives you the results. But now, apart from this character, for example, if you want to use the asterisk, then it will show the error. You can see it doesn't work. If you use something like the parentheses, then it will still show you the error. It won't work. Let's try to see. Let me have and see if you can see it shows the error. And then guys, it must begin with a letter. There's something else. It cannot begin with a name. Basically, it cannot begin with a name. Like actually, not really a name. It cannot begin with a late digit. Like for example, if I say, you can see now it's Nehemiah, but if I say 2, then it will throw an error because it cannot begin with a letter. It cannot begin with a letter. And guys, also names can also begin with the underscores in the dollar signs. Like you can say at name, and then you can as well use underscore name. You can as well use the underscore name, And then yeah, so guys, I think this is the only. And then guys, also JavaScript identifier are yeah, case sensitive. You can say, you cannot say name. So you can see now guys, when I use now small f, then it will throw an error. It won't work because it's not defined. So guys, basically these are the general rules on variables, and in this course we'll be using variables in most of the time. But guys, I think by now you have understood the you know the variables. Perhaps let me repeat again. Let me just repeat again, just to highlight or to summarize. Now you can see we've used the var, the let, and the const. Now the let keyword, I said it was introduced 2015 in ES6, and the variables defined with the let cannot be redeclared. We try and you saw, and also variables defined with the let must be declared before you use it. And the let also have the block scope. Now for const, for the const keyword, also it was introduced 2015. I said it was introduced together with the let 2015, and this one also cannot be redeclared, and the variables defined with the const cannot be reassigned, and the variables defined with the const have block scope as well. So guys, I think these are the basics about the JavaScript. You can find more details on the website. So guys, the other thing, let's talk about the JavaScript operators. And operators, these are just like the symbols to perform the operation, mathematical operations. Like you can use the plus operator to add numbers together. You can use the equal operator for assignment. Remember now in JavaScript, when you use the equal, like what we have here, you're not equating, you're just assigning. This one in JavaScript is just an assignment operator. To equate, you have to use these are equals. These are two pair of equals, and to equate. But now, when you use just a single, you are not equating, you are assigning. Now, so for instance, let's try this. Let's use the let. For example, let x to be something like let's say 30, and then sorry, y. So let's say let y to be something like let's say 70, then z to be not really, should be, first of all declare your variable. Now let's say z to be not real, z to be something like x multiplied by y. So this thing is the operator, and then this x plus y, the x times y is the operation, a mathematical operation. So this will be the multiplication operation here. Now remember always to close the statement with the semicolon. Then now once you have done so, you have to pass here. For example, if you want to execute z, you have to pass here z, and then you can see it is 2100. And then for what? For remember this equal, we are using it for assignment. We are assigning x to 30. Actually, we are assigning 30 to x, then 70 to y, and then x multiplied by y, we are assigning to z. So z, it will be the container for x and y, which is 70 times 30. Now for division, you just use the it's called what, the first slash. So we'll get this kind of a value. For addition, we use plus. We'll get 100. Actually 30 plus 70, that's 100. Then for minus, it would be 40, negative 40, and all that. So guys, I basically have a different type of operators or operators in JavaScript. You have the arithmetic operators, you have the assignment operators, you have the comparison operators, string operators, logical operators, bitwise operators, ternary operators, type operation. And for arithmetic, it's like what I have here, this type of arithmetic. And of course, guys, you can as well use the exponential. You have a lot on the arithmetic, like for exponential. What can we do about that? You have to use the 2 asterisk for exponential. Then it will get this value for modulus or a division remainder. We use the percent. This for modulus or a division remainder, it will be 30. And then for decrement, we use the two, not really, should be two hyphens, two dash, two negatives. Should be this for decrement should be this way. But now this one won't work here, and this one won't work here. And then we have others, of which you can find the reference on the website. But we also have other operation like assignment. We have other operators like the assignment. Remember these sorry, first of all, let me add in something here like a plus. And then here, guys, basically here this symbol we are using for assignment. We are using for assignment. We can as well say we can as well, let's say let me say x perhaps plus 5 perhaps x 2 x, and then actually plus, and then equal to perhaps 10 or something like that. Then it will do what it will have it has a value to it. So definitely. So guys, basically you can see how you can go about that. And of course, guys, you have a lot. You have a lot, like you can also use the negative. This one will decrement. This one will decrement. This it will be 20 instead of that. It will be 20. And then for multiplication, if you want to multiply the number, the x, by maybe 10, you'll have to do what you have to add in the asterisk. Then it will be 30 times 10, that is 300. So plus 70, it will be 70. And then for we have a lot of assignment, guys. You can find the reference on the website. But we have for comparison. Now for comparison, guys, I use now let me try to do this. Let me just use x and y to try comparison. We don't need a lot of stuff. So let me say, for example, let me say x, and let me say equals to y. That should be false, because x is 30, y is z. Y is 70. That's why you can see it's false, because they are not equal. But remember, if you want to say it's equal, you can use it's not equal, you can use the exclamation. This one will be true. This statement means that x is not equal to y. So this is the comparison. And then of course you can as well use something like a less than. Maybe x is less than 70. You can see it is true. When you add in greater than, it will be false, because it's not greater than. And then you can as well use something like maybe greater than or equal to. You can see it's false. You can say less than or equal to. You can see it is true, and all that. You can find everything on the website, and you can try it. You can try it on your end. So these ones are examples of these one are examples of the comparison. And of course, guys, if you want to add strings together, you can as well do that with the plus operation. For example, let's say and let me use just a string here, and then let me say Nehemiah. Then this one, let me use a string here, and then let me say Wekesa. Let me say Wekesa. And then here, what I'll do, guys, let me just say plus. You'll see that it will be Nehemiah Wekesa. But now, if you want to add in the white space so that it may not be combined, you have to add in the empty string here, like you can say or basically the first way that you can add in the white space is by this second letter. You add in this white space like this. It will add in the white space. Or alternatively, if you don't want to do that, you can as well concatenate with an empty string here. You just say an empty string, then I give it some space, then I have to add in now to concatenate with the other variable, so it will be Nehemiah Wekesa. You can see when I remove this space, then it will be close to each other. And so basically guys, this is how you can go about that. You can concatenate even strings and the integers. For example, let's add in someone's, let's say let z to be something like 100. And then guys, basically you can do it. You can as well concatenate with the we can concatenate with that integer. It's z, should be z. But now here I'll have to add in the white space here at the end, and then I can see Nehemiah Wekesa 100. So guys, basically you can concatenate the integers and the strings, and also strings to string and all that. Guys, basically you can find more reference on the website. Of course, we have others like Bitwise and all that. We have type operators and all that. Guys, I find the reference on the website. But now, I want us to talk about the data types, the JavaScript data types. So, first of all, what are data types? What are data types? So basically, data type can contain an object, an array, a date, and all that. Now, basically, I think the first thing is to understand what is data type. Data type is an important concept. To be able to operate on variables, it is important to know something about the type. Like without the data type, a computer cannot safely solve some problems. Like for example, if you use an integer and a string, it won't solve. Like for this case, the computer won't recognize the integer and the strings. So you have to define what the data type. So now so guys, basically first of all, what are types of, basically you have 8 types of data types in JavaScript. You have the strings. The strings like the names. They actually anything that has characters, or anything inside the quotes. I think this is the best way to explain. Anything inside the quotes, they are called the strings. Inside the quotes can be either single or a double quote. That one is an example of a string. Then a number is like this 100. It can be something like 200 and all that. And then now you have also the big int. The big integer is like the number which has a lot of values, has a lot of extreme numbers, a lot of numbers. That can suppose even I think trillions. The number that is very very long. So we use the big int, and then now we have the boolean. The boolean, these are just the true or false statements. And then we have undefined. For example, if you declare a variable and you don't use it, it will be undefined. Then we have the null, we have the symbol, we have the object. Object data types can contain perhaps an object, an array, or a date. Now, let me show you something, guys, perhaps that I didn't show you earlier. Like, let me just say let, for example, date to be something like new. I want to display the current date, so it will be date, and then let me just use any date. Like for example, today. When is today? Today is the 22nd, I guess. Today is the 7th. The time I'm recording this video is 7th of let me begin the year. This is 2023, month of August. I think date 7. date 7. Now when I run this code, when I'll pass here date, then it will display the current, basically including these are the time and all that. So like for example, let me try this one. Let me just try to display the date like that. Then this one will automatically display the current time. When I refresh, then it will refresh the current time, you can see. Yeah. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. And of course you can as well have a list, an array list, like for example cars. You can say, for example, remember a list is defined using these squared brackets, and then you can say, for example, Volvo, BMW, sorry, should be a string, BMW, sorry, BMW, and then Benz, perhaps Mercedes Benz. Benz, you can have also Audi, Toyota, and all that. So when I pass here cars, then I will see that it has displayed those items here. So it can also contain any data type. You can as well, it can contain any data type. So guys, basically these are just examples of data type. And guys, basically for big int, I think I should show you now. For big int is like now guys, for example, let's say cars, then let me just pass here some numbers, like the number that is more than 17. Let me just add here some numbers, some number, not really, let me just add here a lot of numbers. So guys, basically let me reduce at least to here you can see it is 88. Let me add here 7. You can see I've added 7, but I display 8. When I add in another 7, it will display 0. I display another number, not a 7. So guys, this is what we call a big int, cannot be executed, directly. So guys, basically to fix this thing, we have to use the big int. You can see here the conversion. Here there's an option to convert it to the big int. Now when I use the big int, then it will display everything here. Now to display the big int, you can use this n, or you can just define what? You can just define the big int itself. The big int, like for instance, now this is I think this is the best way, but I can as well use this one. You define it inside the quotes, then I define the keyword called big int, like that, like this. And then now when you use this one, you'll have to convert this thing to you'll have to convert here to, what should you convert it? You'll have to use, first of all, let's close this statement with the semicolon, and then here you'll have to say let's for example, let's say let type to be TypeOf, maybe TypeOf, and then let's say, for example, cars. Let's say cars, and then cars to be type of cars, and then let me add in a semicolon here to close, and then perhaps let's say type. Then this one guys, it will now guys, this one you can show it shows as a big int, but guys, I think the best way for you to understand, guys, just use for big int, you can use this way to define your You can use this way to define your big int. You can use this as keyword to define a big int, but remember it must end here with the n, the number n, to show that it's a big int, and then it will show what it will display the big int, actually the number. The big integer is an integer, is a long integer that cannot be defined, like the number which has a lot of values, has a lot of numeric. So like you can see for this one, even if I add in a lot of number here, it won't be affected. Not here. You can see it will just display everything on how I have written there. But as soon as I remove this n, then I have to see your own things. You can see it shows other stuff. So this is a big int, and I hope guys you've understood that. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the JavaScript functions. Now, a function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task. So a function is executed when something invokes it or calls it. I want to show you an example, guys, on how you can create a function. Before then, a JavaScript function is defined with a function keyword, just the name function keyword, followed by the name of the function, and then followed by the parentheses. Now this is the syntax. So let me make it a comment, and then so this is the syntax function. So this function defines should be C. This function defines that it's a function you are defining, and then followed by the function name. Function name. Perhaps let me use a camel case. Function name, and then followed by the parentheses. And then here you can add in something like a parameters and all that. But this is the syntax for defining your functions. Now, the function cannot contain basically it can contain letters, digits, underscores, and the dollar signs. Just the same rules with the variables. With the variables, I guess you still remember variables, and the parentheses may include parameters, as I told you, and they are separated by commas. If you have several, they are separated with the commas, parameter 1, parameter 2, parameter 3, and so forth. And the code to be executed by the function, it must place inside the curly braces. So if you want to execute anything within that function, it must be inside the parentheses. Now it must be within the parentheses. So remember this one should have let me make this one now. Let me make this one multi-line comment, and then here I'll do it. I'll add in the asterisk, then followed by the forward slash, so that and then here perhaps let me remove this one. So basically this is the what? This is the syntax for a function. Now let me just show you an example, guys. Remember before that guys, I talk about the invocation. Now the code inside the function will execute when something calls it or invokes the function. So when an event occurs or when the user clicks a button, that can be this something that I talked about the calls or to invoke something. To invoke something is like when you click on something, perhaps when you click on a button, or when it is invoked by the JavaScript code, or basically when it is self invoked. So we'll talk about this later, but in the meantime, guys, when JavaScript reaches a return statement, the function will stop executing if you use the return. And if the function was invoked from a statement, JavaScript will return to execute the code after the invoking statement. So the function often compute a return value. The return value is returned back to the call. Guys, let me just show you an example for you to understand what I'm saying. Now, here let me just clear this off. Or before I clear, let me just let me delete this one, and then I let this one just remain here, and then here I can make it a comment also, and then so here here guys, I want to create, let me use the let keyword. Perhaps let me say let x to be my function. So it will be my function. Let me use a camel case, my function, my function. And then remember guys, we have different types of naming your variables or identifiers. We have the camel case. This one is an example for camel case for variables. Remember a variable, this first argument, but now because this one is a function, remember it, the rules applies. This is the container for this x, and that the rules applies. Like it can begin with a letter, it can begin with an underscore, it can begin with a dollar symbol, but it cannot begin with a digit. Now, so this one is an example for camel case. Sometimes you have a long name, and for example, if you just say my function name, my function name, it can be hard to read. So this one, it can be hard to read this name. So there are different ways on how you can because you cannot create spaces like this. You can see even it underlines the error. And so basically the proper way to read your variables or your function well, you can either use a camel case, which every letter begins with a capital except the first one, the first word, my function name. So this one, I think someone can read well, my function name, someone can understand well. Or there's also another option, and there's another way on how you can declare your variables or function name. There's also another one called the Pascal case. Now Pascal case is just like the camel case, but now every word including the first word begins every letter of the word, every first letter of a word begin with a capital letter. Like my function my begins with a capital, then the rest small. Function f begins with a capital, then the rest small. Then a name begins with a capital, then the rest small. This is what we call Pascal case. And then we also have another one called a snake case. For snake case, words are separated with an underscore. So like for example, my function name. So this way someone can read your variable well, can read your variable name very well. So this is how you can declare your variable. But now for this one, this function, let me just use a camel case. And my function, and then I said you can pass here parameters. Like let's say the first parameter can be, let's use an integer 4. The second one can be something like a 10. document dot get element by id, and then the idea, I guess it was test, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, the idea is test. And then so we use now inner html, and then we can assign here to that x, in targets now. So what we do, let's now try to so now let's define the function. Let's say function, and then my function, it's my function that we created there, and then we can pass here arguments like parameters actually, like a multiply, let's just say ab. Then we say that if I want to execute something, within a function you have to use the curly braces, and then here you can return, perhaps return, you can return something like let's say a multiply. Remember now this a is now the variable for 4, so it's the container for 4. And then for example, if you want to multiply by b, then it will be 40. Then it's a good practice always to close your statements with the semicolon, and that's not a must, but guys, you can see it still works. So this is how you can calculate, for example, the product of these two elements, these are two numbers, and return the results within the function, the the function. But now guys, why should we use functions? So guys, with function you can use a code. You can write a code that can be used as many times as you want. So you can use the same code with different arguments on the same to produce different results. Now this is the goodness with the function, and these operators, these are parentheses. This one invokes or calls the function. When you use these parentheses, this one invokes or calls the functions. So let's try with something else, guys. For example, let's try to convert from it's called Fahrenheit to Celsius degrees. Perhaps let me clear everything, and then let's create a function, define a function in the function name, and then we can use maybe to Celsius. Again I'm using the camel case, Celsius. Celsius, I think this is a spelling, I'm not sure. And then here we can pass in Fahrenheit. I guess this is a spelling. Should be Fahrenheit, I guess. Fahrenheit, I guess. And then now, so let's do it. Let's return. Perhaps 5/9. 5/9 of so it should be multiplied by the Fahrenheit that we have just defined up there, minus perhaps something like 32 or whichever value. Then let's create also another variable. Let's say let value to be something like to Celsius it will be 77. So this 77, it will be the container for this Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit, it will be something like a 77 or whichever value that you want to to have it. Now so guys, basically we can try to execute this stuff and see on the code. So let's use a document. Should be a document dot get element by id. Then the id itself is test, and then followed by the inner html. Then we can assign here to that value that we've just created. And then guys, you can see now we now have 25. So basically the conversion here is 25 when you convert this stuff. So actually basically when you convert here to degrees Celsius. So guys, as you can see in these two examples here, this first to Celsius object, this one refers to the function object, this one refers to the function object, and then these are second to Celsius, this one refers to the function results. That's why when you execute, you find it is 25. So guys, basically this is how you can work with the functions, and of course Let me talk about the variables, local variables. We have two types of variables. We have the local variables, and then we have the global variables. So perhaps for local variables, variables, these are variables declared inside a function. So local variables declared within a JavaScript function, they are called they are called what uh, local variables. So like for example, um, let me do it. Let me just create here. Let me use a let. Let me say let for example car to be something like let's say let's use Audi. Let's use Audi. So guys, what I do, let's try to execute this stuff. Let me say document again. I don't know why I deleted everything and I still use it. Dot get element by ID, and then the ID is test, and then now we can execute something like let's say let's say what let's say first of all it should be inner HTML, and then the object name is car. So guys, as you can see, it cannot work unless you call that function. So to call a function, we just use the same name. We just use the same name, for example, and then we do it with these parentheses. So guys, basically this one should be inside there. Let me just paste it here inside. So guys, basically you can see it execute Audi, and this one is a variable declared inside a function, and we call it a local scope. Now for global scope, it's a variable outside the function. Like if you add it outside, for example, let's say let for example let's say y to be something like let's say to be a thing like let me say Nehemiah or anything, just for testing. And then so what I do, guys, here let me just try to pass here cars. Not really cars, should be y, should be y. So guys, basically this one is a global variable, global scope variable. So here when I use a y, it will output an Nehemiah. But now this is how I can't use it here. For example, if I want to execute here the outside, for example, let's say let me use this the same thing, the same code, and then let me just paste it there, and then now here let me use a car. Let me use a car. Let me use a car, and then guys, you can see it's undefined. You can see you can't see anything here. But now here, when I use, for example, something like a y, you'll find out that it will execute a Nehemiah. But when I use a car, it won't, because it's not defined. This one is just defined within the scope, actually within the function. It works only within the function. So we have the global scope, and then the local scope. Now the local scope is this one, the variable declared inside the function. Then the global scope is a variable declared outside a function. And global, you can use it anywhere. You can use it outside or inside. But for local, you can only use it inside the function. The function. So guys, and I remember always to call a function. Once you declare a function, once you create a function, you must always call it for it to work. So for instance, let me clear this stuff. So you can see it's Nehemiah, but now when I remove this one, then I will see that it won't execute anything, because we have not called that function. So once a function is declared, it must be called. And to call a function, you use the exact name you use to create your object, followed by the parentheses here. You can add in several arguments here inside these parentheses. but this is how you can definitely work on that. Now guys, I guess you've understood the functions. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the JavaScript objects. And just like a real life object, for example, if you have a car, it has properties like weight, color, and also methods like start, stop the car, and all that. So all car can have same properties, but property values may differ from car to car. Like all cars can have again the same methods, but the methods are performed at different times. So likewise in JavaScript, um, JavaScript contains, remember we talked about the JavaScript variables that are the containers for data values. So objects are variables too, but objects can carry or can contain more values. So like for instance, if you have let me just show you an example here. I'll use just dictionary. So let me use a const keyword, and then I'll assign here to, for example, let me say car, and then let me give it. Remember, they are in key value pair dictionary. So, for example, type. I can say, for example, type of the car. Let's say it's Fiat. It's Fiat, and then model. I can say, for example, it's let's say 500, and then color. So color, we can say, for example, it's white. So this guy is an object, but you can see it has different values here or properties. These are values, right? Now you can execute and see the results at the terminal with this function. This method document dot get element by id. Then I pass in the id name, of which in our case it was a test, and then dot inner html. If you want to target a particular element, then I can pass here car. Is it car? Yeah, car. And then yeah, so it's a car. Now of course you can check, for example, if it's you want to see if it's the type. You can say, for example, car type, and then you can see it's Fiat. And then if you want to check the model, just say car model, and then you'll see it's a 500 color. You'll find out that it is white. So this is an object, and then you can see it has different values inside it. So guys, basically this is how you can do it. This is how you can create the objects. So they contains several values. You can see it just like at the normal variables, JavaScript variables, but this one can contains a lot of values as well at the object. So remember, the values are written in name value pair. Name is like at the type, and then the value is Fiat, for example. Name is the model, value is the is 500, for instance. So they are in the name value pair, and that they're separated by the colon, the full colon. And then if you have several name value pair, you separate them with a comma. You separate each a property with a comma. So guys, I remember it's a good practice, or it's a common practice, to always declare objects with the const keyword. Const keywords. I remember we talked about the const keywords previously. So now so guys, basically spaces and line breaks are not important. Are not important in this scenario. But to make it easier, guys, you can just use, for example, if the line is too long, you can break the lines and it will still work. So basically it's important, and of course if you try to add in some more white spaces there, it has no issue. I want us to discuss about the events. So what are events? First of all, HTML events are things that happen to the HTML element. For instance, when you click a button, when you have on something, or when you refresh something, or when the page finish to load and all that. And so when JavaScript is used in HTML pages, then JavaScript can react to these events. So an HTML event can be something the browser does or something the user does. So for example, what the browser does, like for example, when the page has finished loading, or when an HTML input was changed, right? Or perhaps when HTML button was clicked. So these are events. So guys, basically in these scenarios, you might want to do something when such event happen. For example, when a button is being clicked. So I think a good example is like when you go to a website somewhere or an application, it has some icon there. Now, for example, for the navigation section, when you click on that button, then it will show the drop downs or the navigation links somewhere. So that's an example of an event, and the JavaScript will let you execute code when the events are being executed. Perhaps, guys, let me just show you an example for you to understand better. Let me remove this stuff. Let me remove. Then let me create here a button. Let me use just a normal button. Let me use a button here, and then here in this button, say for example I want to execute, for example I want to display the current date time. So let me say this is the current time, or let me just say this, let me say the time is, you can see now it's just a normal button. When you click on it, nothing happens, right? When you click on it, nothing happens. But now you can add in the events here, like for instance, you can say on click, right? It should be on click, or on click, then what happens? So when you click on that button, say document dot get element by ID, this one, and then the ID can be, for example, something like let's say should I use test? Let me just say, for instance, test. Remember, should be a string. Test is this thing and this ID here, and then so I say dot inner HTML dot inner HTML. Then I'll assign here to, if I want to display the current date time, we say date method, or a date function, date method, and then this method will so when you click on it, you can see now it displays the current date time and this ID, this this ID, right? Where is that ID? This ID, this a P. So you can see quite nice. So when you click on that button, then you can see it display the current date time. Now this is, today is on August 8th, 2023. Basically this is the the current date that I'm recording the video. So this is just an example of an event. In this example, the JavaScript code changes the content of the element with the ID test, right? And for example, let's try with another example. Like I want us to have another one where the code changes content in its own element, right? So in that case, guys, I'll use this. Remember, I've talked about this keyword here. So let me just say on click, on click, or on click, and then I'll say this, this, and then this dot inner HTML, and then date time. So now when I click on this thing, then it will be displayed inside the button, right? You can see it now. It's not showing like when you previously when you clicked on that button, then it changed the content for the ID here. But now you can see when I click on it, it just displays the current date time on the same element, on the same button. So JavaScript code is often several lines long, so it is more common to see event attributes calling functions. So should I show you an example? Like let me say the display. Like on click, I'll say display. You can as well do this display display a date. So this one also still it will it should display the date time. Or I think I should have added here the dot get element by ID for it to work better. So basically this is the now guys, let me just go to this external script and then I'll show you something. So document.get element by ID, the ID is test, then inner HTML, then I can say, for example, I can pass here the date time, right? Date should be date function or a method, and then guys, you can see it displays the date here as well. Now so this is how you can do it. Do that, and of course let's talk about guys, basically this is just on click. We have just used the on click, like when a user clicks on something, but we have other events like on change. On change is like is an event when an HTML has been changed. Or we have also the on mouse hover. Now these ones this an event when a user moves the mouse over an HTML element. When just a user moves an HTML element to something. We also have the on mouse out. Now this one is when the user moves the mouse away from the element, And then I have the on load. This one is when the browser has finished loading the page. I think we shall talk about the DOM later, about the JavaScript, the HTML DOM events later. Now, perhaps let me talk about the JavaScript events handler. Now, event handlers can be used to handle and verify user input, right? User actions and also perhaps the browser actions. So things that should be done every time a page loads. These are examples of handlers. Another one is like things that should be done when the page is closed, or when an action that should be performed when a user clicks on a button, or perhaps when the content when a content is verified when a user inputs the data, or basically the content that should be verified when a user inputs data and all that. So we have many different methods that can be used to let JavaScript work with the events. Also, HTML events attribute can call JavaScript functions. You can assign your own event handler function to the HTML events. So guys, in a nutshell, this is all about the JavaScript events. Now guys, should I talk about the strings? Let me talk about the strings in a few. Perhaps let me just talk about the string search because I think you understand the strings. Let me talk about the string search. So with the string search method, basically with the string search, you can have several methods like the string index of to find the index, the string last index to find the last index of a string, and the string search, the string match all the and all that. Perhaps let me just show you one example, and then you'll try the rest on your own. Of course, you have the reference on the website, so you won't strain so much. Now, for instance, let me just say here, for example, let text. Let me say let text to be something like a string. A string is defined using the quotes, can be either single or a double quote. Then I here say let me say my name is Nehemiah Wekesa. I'm passionate in tech, perhaps something like that. And then so what I'll do here guys, for example, if I want to obtain the index, or before that, let me just say, let me use another one. Let me say let index, it should be index index to be something like text and then a dot index, text dot index of. We use this index of to obtain, for example, the index, and then for example, let me say which one, let me say maybe name, let me say name, right? Let me just say name, the index of name. I think remember, indexing in JavaScript begins from 0. 0 is like 1, 1 is like 2, and there's a good practice to always close statements with a colon, JavaScript statements with a semicolon. Now so guys, here I'll try to execute the index, the index, and then you can see now it is 3. Okay, now you realize that this index of a method returns the index or a position of the first occurrence of a string inside another string. That's why you can see it output 3. And JavaScript position, or a JavaScript count position from 0. So 0 is the first position in a string, and then 1 is the second, then a second is the third, and so forth. So guys, let's now talk about the JavaScript arrays. And an array is a special variable which can hold more than one variable. Remember, with the variables you could hold, for example, a single string, a word, an integer, and all that. But now with an array, you can hold several items in one single value. So for example guys, let me just show you let me use a const keyword. Should be const for constant keyword, and then I here pass here for example, a list of cars. Let me just use cars, an array list, and then I remember it is defined using the squared brackets. Then here I can pass in something like let's say Volvo, BMW, and then what else? Maybe Toyota, and then also perhaps can be something like Benz. Let me use a Benz. So Now, when we execute the cars here, cars, it will print out the list of items there. Now, if you want to add in the white space, then be sure to add in here the white space so that at least it may not be close to each other. But now the white space, I think, should be at the start. Should be at the start of the word so that you may not separate, so that the comma may end just at the oh yeah, here I should have removed the comma. So guys, basically you can see now we have the list of items. So this single variable here, the car, it has contained both BMW, Toyota, Benz, and all that. You can have several. So this is so nice. Now guys, but why should we use an array instead of declaring variable for each for example, if it were car 1, you say Volvo, car 2 BMW, car 3 to be Toyota, car 4 to be Benz, and perhaps let's say you have around 100 cars. So to list every car and then to execute all of them at a go, it will take you forever, right? Yeah, it will take you very long. So with the variable, with the arrays, you can hold multiple items and then you can execute them just at a go. So the the syntax to create your array is just, first of all, you declare your variable with the either keyword. It can be late, can be var, can be const. Const is better in this case, in this scenario, and then followed by the array name. So this, the array name is the car. I should have put here cars, so that, because they are many, right? And then once you change, they also here to be sure to change. And then so basically it's the const, and then the array name, and then the list of items, right? The array list. Now you can see it has executed the items there. So it's a common practice to declare arrays with the const keyword arrays because they are not changeable. So guys, I think you've understood the arrays, and perhaps let me show you how you can access. Remember I told you that the indexing in JavaScript begins from 0. 0 is like 1, 1 is like 2, and so forth. So guys, in that case, what I'll do, I'll add here this empty list. This empty list will not define anything, but if I say 0, then it will bring Volvo. Remember, Volvo is now like 1. Remember, I just told you that indexing in JavaScript begin from 0. So if you want to obtain the second item, you have to, when you write 2, it will go to Toyota. 2, it will go to Toyota. But if you write 1, then it will be BMW, because indexing begins from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, and so forth. So this is how you can obtain the index of the list. Now, for example, if you want to append, or if you want to, let's say, if you want to change the element inside an array, what you'll do is just say the array object, its cars, and then you use the empty list, and then you target the element that you want to change. For instance, if it's Volvo, you'll say 0 to target the first element, and then you assign it to the items that or the name that you want to change. So I should use here, for example, let me try Audi. Then what I do, let me just print the all list of items. Then you can see now it's no longer Volvo, BMW, it's now Audi, BMW, Toyota, Benz, because we have modified. And of course you can add in several. You can even say, for example, which one, let's use something like not really guys, this just to append an item, so you don't have to add in several. So guys, basically that's how you can append the items not really appending. Actually, this is how you can change. So guys, basically, of course, you can obtain the length of the car of the arrays. You can obtain the length of the car with the length keyword. Length, just say length, then you'll obtain the length of the arrays. So you can say we now have 4 elements here, right? For example, if you have several lists of items, so to access, for example, the first array, you'll just say, for example, the first element in a list. Though I showed you earlier, but you can do this as well. You can say, for example, the second one can be, for example, let's say let cars. Let's say let car be cars, and then the index number of the car should be, for example, let's say 0. Remember this one is Volvo, right? Now what I'll do, here when I write, I'll pass here car, then it will be Volvo because we have modified it now. So guys, basically that's how you can go about that. And of course, let me guys show you how you can do it. Let me show you how you can add an array element. I think that's important. Now to add in the element, what you'll do, you just say, for example, where were we? The scripts. So what you'll do guys, I just say, for example, cars.push, and then you pass here the element that you want. For example, if it's let's say Audi. Now when you pass here cars, then you'll see now we have Audi added here. You can add in as many as you want, provided you separate them with a comma. Can be which other model, car model, can be something like so for example, let's use a Mazda. Is it Mazda or a Mazda? I think it's Mazda. And then so you can see this is how you can do it. This is how you can append. This is how you can add in other elements. Now how do you sort an array? We sort an array with the sort method. So what I'll do here, guys, let me just say let me say cars dot sort cars dot sort. I'm forgetting to close my statements, but for you, I'll always ensure that you don't forget. Don't be like me to forget things. Now so here guys, basically when I'll pass here cars, then guys, you can see it is what it is now arranged in alphabetical order. You can see now Audi begins, BMW follows, then Benz follows like A, B, B, T, M, Z, V. So it goes, it sorts it in the alphabetical manner. If it were strings, numbers, then it will begin from 1 to 3 ascending. So guys, that is how you can do it. And of course, you can as well do them. You can as well reverse an array. So the reverse method reverses the elements in an array. You can use it to sort an array by descending order and so forth. So like you can see, for now it's it's what at the moment is alphabetical, it is ascending. You can do the opposite. So I'll say cars dot reverse. Cars dot reverse is a method. Always be sure to use the empty tuple here, the empty parentheses. And then now you can see now Audi is the last one, then a Volvo, which was the last one previously, is now the first one. So this is how you can do the reverse. And for string, for what, for integers, you can just say for example 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 And then I think what I'll do here, guys, let me just clear this one. Let me interchange it so that at least the values can be. So let me like here. Let me just say, for example, 8, 8. Then last one I give it 4, 4. And then I'll give it 6. Then here I'll give it 3. I'll give it 3. You can see, even though, let me first of all remove the reverse. Now, as you can see, it's now arranged in alphabetical order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Though here it was 1, 2, 6, 8, 5, 3, 7, 4. But here you can see it's now arranged, it is sorted in ascending. But now you can as well do the reverse, like so what you do, just do the reverse, and then it will be like that. And so guys, this is how you can sort the elements. So guys, on the array styles, let me show you how you can iterate elements, or let me talk about the array iteration. Now, array iteration method operate on every array element basically, and basically we use the for each method to call a function or a callback function once each array, for each array element. Let me just show you. For instance, let me clear this stuff. Let me say, for example, let int. Not really. Int is a built-in keyword in Python. Let me use. Let me say let text. Let me just say text txt, or whichever variable you have to be an empty. Let me just give it an empty stuff here. And then what I'll do here, I'll add here a function. Not here. I'll add here a method. Let's say, for example, number. A number not should be just small. I'm saying numbers dot for each numbers for each hey, sorry, for let me use a camel case for each numbers for each. And then I'll pass here, for example, my function or whichever function name you have, my function. And then what I'll do here now, let me just first of all close the semicolon, and then here let's now define the function. So guys, basically here I think it added itself. I should have used numbers. I see it, numbers like that. And then here I'll say function to define out the function. A function, then my function, and then I'll pass here, for example, let me say value, and then the other one can be, for example, index, and then the array, and then let me now write some operations here, like for example, let me say txt I'll increment with value and so plus, and then perhaps let me say with that, let me use just a br here tag to break the lines. And then let me do this. Let me just draw the semicolon here, add in the semicolon to close the statement. And then now here I'll pass here, instead of cars, I'll pass here what is it? It should be txt. txt. Is it txt? No, not really, guys. Here I used cars, so I should have said let me say cars, because I used cars here. And then I guess you can see now we've iterated over these elements. Let me zoom out a bit. And not the other one, should be this one. Zoom out. So guys, you can see we now have we have iterated over these elements, and then we have this kind of an output here. So guys, basically this is how you can iterate elements. Now guys, first let me talk about the JavaScript array map. Now the map method creates a new array by performing a function for each array element. So the map method does not execute the function for each array element without values. So the map method does not change the original array. Yeah. So you can see, for instance, this let me just show you an example, guys, with the map. Now here I'll say for example let me just clear everything here so that what should I do? Let me zoom in a bit. So guys, what I'll do here, let me just which way should I explain this stuff for you to get it? Let me use a const now this time. Let me just use a const. Then I'll say, for example, let me just use number because it's not relatable. Let me just use numbers or numbers 1, and then in this numbers 1 can be that one, and then a numbers 2 const, and then our numbers should be numbers 2. I'll assign here to numbers 1, then I'll map here. Let me map to my function like that. Then always is a good practice to close with the semicolon. And then now here guys, what I'll do, let me just create that function. Let me create this function like a function, my function. Then here I'll pass your value index, and then also the array. But now here I can pass here. Let me just say return. I want to return, for example, value multiply by 2. Multiply by, for example, 2. And then basically let me just first of all close this stuff here. And then so here at the execution here, what I'll do, I'll add here numbers 2. I'll add here numbers. I'll add here numbers 2, and then guys, you can see it's now modified. You can see, but now it doesn't affect the original array. It doesn't affect the original array. Like let me try to execute another one. Like let me just say here numbers. Here should be 1, then on the other one 2. Let's compare, and then remember the ID is the same here, so I should have, let me just try to modify, and then perhaps let me see this one to be something like a demo, and then so at the second one, let me use a demo so that you can compare two values. You can see now the original is not changed, but you can see the modified is changed. So this is how you can use the map. And just to remind you, I said that a map method creates a new array by performing a function on each array element, and the map method does not execute a function for an array element without the values. It must have the values, and it does not change the original array. You can see it remains unchanged. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that, and I guess you've understood. Guys, let me talk about the dates, the JavaScript dates. That is very, very important, because I think in your project you might want to display some date somewhere, or something like that. So with the JavaScript date object, it lets you work with the date. For instance, if you want to obtain the current date time, what you'll do Let me clear this stuff so that it may not confuse us. Even let me just use this one. Now, so you can do it. You can say, for example, date method, and then you can see it's now display date over that element. This is the current date time. So you can see, guys, how you can display the date. Now, for example, let me just do this. Let me create something here. Let me use const, and then let me call it d for date. Then let me assign here to, for example, new, and then a date method. I'll close the statement with a semicolon, and then what I'll do here, let me just execute. Let me execute now what? Let me execute d. You'll see that it will still display that date time, and of course you can specify your own date, and then it will. For example, today is interesting. Today is let me use from 2023, and then which date? This is the month of August, and then date, I guess 09, and then I guess you can see it's Wednesday, August 9th, 2023, GMT, East African time. So guys, that is how you can obtain the date, and you can as well do the month, the year alone. Now with the date, when you use just the date method alone, it will give you the current date time. And I guess as well you can use the date string. The date string, like you can just specify October. Let me show you an example so that you at least you'll get it. For example, let me just say August of I think 9th of August, maybe 2023, and then you can specify, for example, the time, for example, 11 12 0, and then August 9th, 2023. It should execute something. I don't know what's the problem here, but it should have given us something. So guys, but this is how you can just go about that, and you can specify any date time and all that. You can find the reference on the website. This one should work. I don't know. I don't know what's the problem here, guys, exactly. Let me just try to think wide on this one, because I don't know what's the problem, why it's not being executed. Though it should. Is that new? Or what I do, let me try to refresh. Should be D, and then a new date, then this the should be August. Let me use another one, like let me see October. Let me use October. Yeah, October is working. I don't know why August failed, but you can see October is working. October 9th, 2023, and then at the time here. So guys, basically this is how you can go about the dates, and I guess you've understood. If you want more information on the same, then I'll find the reference on the website. Of course, we also have the date formats. I found to format the date in a different way. There's also an option for that. Just find it on the website. So guys, the other thing, guys, let's talk about the JavaScript math. Let's talk about the should be JavaScript math. And first of all, what is a math object? So JavaScript math object always allows you to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. For example, you can use let me show you an example. For example, to obtain the pi of something. So for example, here, that scenario, guys, I just have to, I don't need this one at the moment. So I just say, for example, math, and then for example, if I want to obtain the pi, just say pi pi, then I can see this is the value for pi, 3.141592 whatever. So you can see how the math function does here. So unlike other objects, the math object has no constructor. This one just it's just the object is just static. It's static. All method and properties can be used without creating the math object first. Just execute the way it is. Now the syntax for the math object is just math, and then on the property. The property, for instance, is the py or any other thing that you might want to use. For example, if it's square root of something, you can definitely do that. You can as well have we have a lot of properties that you can incorporate in this function. You can as well do the round, the cell, the flow, and all that. For instance, the round returns a rounded number to its nearest integer, and then let me just show you guys an example. For example, let's say a round. Let me use as round, and then now guys, in that case, you have to add in the number inside the parentheses. So the number can be, for example, let's say 86.997. Then you can see it rounds off to 87. If it were a cell, remember cell returns the rounded number up to the nearest integer. It rounds the number up to the nearest. So let me try that. Let me say cell, and then it will give you 87. Now if it's flow, it rounds down. This one will round down to the nearest integer. So you can see it's 86. Cell it was 87, but now for flow it rounds down to the lowest integer, which is 86. And also we have another one called a trunk, which returns the integer part of the of the number trunk, and then it will do so. So guys, basically this is in a nutshell all about the math. We have other things you can check it out. For example, to obtain the square root. Let me show you that. I think this is quite nice. Let me use sqrt for square root of let me use something that is predictable, like a 64, the one that we know. You can see it's 8 for is what I think it's 81. I think 81 is 9. Yeah, so you can use this method to obtain the square root. You can as well obtain the absolute value. Absolute, just use the abs, and then obtain the absolute value. So guys, basically there are quite many. You can find the reference on the website, Nemtech website. You'll learn more on the same. Let me talk about the JavaScript random. What is a random? It's still a math method. The property in the math method, and the random will generate just a random number, returns a random number between 0 inclusive, between 0 I said it's an index in JavaScript, and then 2 and 1 exclusive. Like for instance, let me just show you. Let me just say, for example, random. Let me use random. Then here, let me just give it 0, and then not really 0. Let me just give it an empty thing. Then guys, in this way, it will generate this random number. You can see when you refresh, it just gives you the random number, including 0, but excludes 1. So between the range of 0 to 1. So it will just give you a random number, and you can play around with that one. And of course, you can say you can multiply the random number with something like let's say, for example, multiply by multiply by something like no, it should be inside. It should be what? It should be, you can also do the flow and also add in the random, like let's say math flow, so that it may reduce, it may round down. So for example, let's say flow 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 flow, and then here in this one I'll add in also another method, math method, math dot random, for example dot random. Now this method I'll multiply by something like let's say I'll multiply by, for example, let's say 10 the 10, then guys you can see it gives you 1. So guys, basically you can practice with anything, guys. The reference it is in the website, so just go and check on that. But let me talk about another thing. Let me talk about the JavaScript booleans. What are booleans? Booleans are basically true or false value. They just represent one or two values, either true or false. So very often in programming, you'll need a data type that can only have one of true values. Pairs like can be either yes, no, on, off, true, false. So these are what we call the Boolean data types. It can only take the values true or false, right? Now, let me just show you an example. For example, let me just show you an example here. Like let's say I said that I will use the boolean. I will use the boolean. For example, when you say 10 10 is greater than 9, 10 is greater than 9, then you can see it is true. And then if you say less than, it will be false. So it can either take two values like that. And then so for comparison we can use a equal operator, then you can see it's false. But now when you say this one is shows equal, remember when you just use the single equal operator, it does not equate, in it is assigning. So like this one, when you use two equal operators in JavaScript, now this means you're equating. So 10 equals to 9, that is false. That's why you can see it's false. But now if I say not equal, so for not equal we use the exclamation. 10 not equal to 9, that is true. And then so guys, basically you can check on that as well. But you understand the work of the boolean just returns two values. Either of the two values can be true or false. So guys, I want us to talk about the JavaScript if, else, and else if conditional statements. And these conditional statements are used to perform different action based on different conditions. Like very often when you write the code, JavaScript codes, you want to perform different action for different decisions. You can use conditional statements in your code to do this. Like in JavaScript, we have the following statements. Like we use if to specify a block of code to be executed if a specified condition is true. And then I'll use the else keyword to specify a block of code to be executed if the same condition is false. And I'll use the else if to specify a new condition to test if the first condition is false. And also we use the switch to specify many alternative block of code to be executed. Like let's just have an example here, guys. Let's just have an example. Now I'll say let's begin with the if, right? Let's begin with the if. What I'll do here, guys, let me just let me say, for example, if let's say if, for instance, you want to display the date, let me say if a new, and then let's say date method, let's say dot get hours. Let me say get hours so that it may not give us everything. So let's say get hours, and then here I'll display what is a method, right? Is a method. So now here I'll say, for example, this get hours for less than 18, that is 6 p.m., right? 18, that is 6 p.m. Then I want to perform some logics here, some conditions here. Like I can say, let me just do this. Let me just pull this data, and then let me add it here. There's a function. Now there's there's function, and then here I can say, for example, let me say when the time is less than 18. Remember, this display the current date time. When you use this date, it display the current date time. So like now on my end, I think it's around 11 in the morning. So it will be what? It will be what? It will be, it will be, let me say, for example, let's say good day. Good day. So this statement will be true. So let me say good day should be a string, for it to work. So you can see it's good day because my current date time is it is still the daytime. Now if you were to execute something else, for example, if it were, now you can see when I say greater than, it will display nothing, right? It is undefined. So what I do, if you want to execute this stuff, you have to use another statement. If this first statement has failed, it's not working, it's not true, it is false. So you have to use the else keyword. Then in this else keyword, you can say, for example, let's say let me say now it will be night. Good night. Should be night now. Let's say night. Let's say night. And then now you can see it's night because the statement is false. Now if I interchange to be less than, then it will be day. You can see it's day now. Good day. Let me zoom in. Yeah, it's good day. So guys, you can see now the function of the else and the if. And we also have another one called it's called the else if, and I say this one specify condition if the first condition is false. So if the first condition is false, then with the else if you define another condition on the same. So for instance, let me show you an example. So so here let me just use else if. Let me say else if, and then in this one, guys, I'll display, for example, time. I'll display what? I'll display let me display what? Should I display let me say just time here. Let me say time, and then I should be less than, for example, 12. Should be what? Let me say 20, something like 20 hours. And then here I'll say, for example, good day. Good day. Sorry, should be good day. You see, the first statement is true. So let me change here to false, right? So for this one to work. Now you can see it is good day is not working, but now here with the else if, let me clear this stuff, guys, and then let me just, for you to understand better, I see you can't understand. Let me use if, for example, time. Let me say if time is less than 10 hours. 10 hours, that should be what? Should be around 10 o'clock. I'll say greetings. A greeting should be good morning, right? Good morning. And then let me replicate. And then here say when the time is The time is what? The time is let's say for example greater than 20. Let me use 20. 20. Now here I'll use now the else. I'll use here what? Else if time is greater than, I'll say something like good. Should be good what? Should be good let's say good day. Good day. And then if it's the time is what? Otherwise, if all of these fails, we can have another one, the last one, for example, else. We just say else. We just say else, and then now here with the else, you don't have to add in the condition. Else, let's say evening. Else good evening. Else good evening. Now here we can do this outside this function, guys. We can say, for example, for instance, let's say document. Let's say document dot get element by id. Then the id can be, let's say, I think it was test. Test. And then I will use now the inner HTML. We are targeting the HTML here, inner HTML, and then I'll say pass it that greeting. First of all, let's define now I forgot to declare the variable that there. Let me just I'll use the const. Let me use a const keyword. I'll use const. Then at time should be new date. This is the present. This is the current date time. Date time, and then here let's say dot get hours. And then here I'll give it get hours as a method, and then here I'll let me close this way, and then here, guys, I'll do what I'll say. For example, let's say late, for example, greeting, and then so we will perform these conditions. So guys, you can see now it's day because it's what? It's not morning, right? Because the time is past, is less than what? Like at 20 hours. That should be 8 p.m. right? This is 8 p.m. So guys, this is how you can go about that, and of course you can do anything with it. So guys, I think you understand this stuff by now, how you can use the else, you can use the if and the else if. Now there's also another one, guys, that I told you. It's called a switch statement. Now the switch statement is used to perform different action based on different conditions. Now we use the switch statement to select one of the many blocks to be executed. So basically the switch expression is evaluated once. So the value of the expression is compared with the values of each case. If there is a match, the associate block of code is executed. If there is no match, the default code block is executed. What should I do here? For instance, let me just say, for example, let me say late, for example, day, late day, and then here I'll pass here switch, and then I'll say new, sorry, should be new, and then a date date method, date method, and then here I say that get hours, and then it's a method, and then here I'll pass here some things here, like for example, let's say case 0, or for example case 0. Let me say in this case 0, I'll do what I'll say. Let me say what, let me say not really should be first of all the colon, and then here I'll say for example day. Let me give it something like Sunday. Let me say Sunday, and then also close with the semicolon, and then here I'll pass here break, because I want to add in several break. And then so what I do, guys, let me just duplicate this stuff and add in let me add in several. This 1 2 3 4 5 6 6. So here should be, let me change here to 1 1. Then this should be Monday now. Monday should be Monday, sorry, Monday. And then here should be day 2. Let me give it what? Let me give it Tuesday. Sorry, should be Tuesday. 3 should be Wednesday. And then 4 should be Thursday. Should be Thursday. And then here should be Friday, day case 5. Case 5. And then so lastly, let's give it a 6 number, for instance, for Saturday. So here should be 6. And then here I'll give it what? Saturday. Then here I'll say, for example, let's say today is a thing. Let's say today is then I'll concatenate with plus, for example, day. Was it day? Today is undefined, so let's just check it out. And then so guys, you can see it's not displaying anything. I think I should have used get, not hours, should be day, sorry, should be get day. I think get day should work. So yeah, you can see now today is Tuesday. So guys, basically this is how you can go about the switch. And so basically this one is used to execute this one is used to select one of the many calls of block to be executed. If it were tomorrow, it will show it will be Wednesday and so forth. So basically that's the work of the switch. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the JavaScript for loops and the while loops. We should learn loops because with the loops you can execute a block of code a number of times. Now loops are handy, guys. If you want to run the same code over and over again, each time with a different value, then the loops is for you. And basically I think this one is mostly used when you're working with the arrays. Now perhaps, guys, let me should I show you an example? Before then, let me tell you what kind of loops that JavaScript supports. So basically in JavaScript we have the for. This loop, this one loops through a block of code for a number of times. Then we also have for in, and this loops through the property of an object. Then a for of, this one loops through the values of an iterable object. And then I will have the while loop. This one loops through a block of code while specified condition is true. And we also have another one called a do while loops, which also loops through a block of code while a specified condition is true. I want us to begin with the for loop, and remember the for statement creates a loop with three optional expressions. You know, the for loop. Now the first expression is executed one time before the execution of the block, and then now we have what we have the second expression. I'll show you the syntax. Should I write for you the syntax here? And let me just write for you the syntax here for you to understand much better. Let me zoom in a bit for you to see. Now here, this is the syntax. Let me make it a comment. Let me make it a comment. So this is the expression. This is the what? Let me first of all use a multi-line comment so that at least you may we may see better. Now, so guys, basically, so this is the expression, this is the syntax. So it is for loop, and then you can have expression one, and then it's separated with the semicolon, and then expression two, and then separated with the colon. Then lastly, we have expression three, and then after this one, we have the codes. Now your codes goes inside these braces. So this is let me just say this is the block to be executed. I think this is the spelling. Now guys, basically this is the syntax. First of all, we have these keyword for. Then inside the parentheses we have the expressions. Expression 1, 2, and that 3. Sorry, should be 3. Now the first expression, and this one is executed one time before the execution of the block of code. And then the second expression defines the condition for executing the block. Then the third expression is executed every time after the code block has been executed. So guys, let me just show you an example, I think, for you to understand what I'm talking about. Now here, so first of all, let me remove this extra space. Then let me just create a new space here. And then here, guys, I want to use the for. And then in this parentheses, you remember the first expression? Let me use let's say late. Let me say late. For example, I for increment. Let me just use I. Then let me assign here to something like a 0. This is the first expression. And then the second expression can be maybe, let's say I to be less than, for example, something like 5. And then the third one, I'll do the let me say I, then plus plus. And then now the code, the block of code to be executed, I'm gonna write it here. And then it's gonna be, for example, let's say, let me use something like even text. And then now I'll increment. This is remember we discussed the operators. So we are going to increment, but here I want to add in the string first of all. So let me say the number is let me add in the white space. Then I'll concatenate with that I, and then also I'll concatenate with let me add in the break tag so that a new code will go to the new line, right? So let me just say br. The br is the break tag to split the line. Now I want to loop these things, so I'll say let me use now this document to execute actually to the terminal. So let me say document dot get element by id. Get element by what? By id. And then I think it was test or a demo test. And then I will use the dot inner html should be inner html, and then I'll assign here to this a variable called a text, and then guys, basically, let me first of all check everything if it's really working. Always ensure that you close the statements with a semicolon. Always close your statements with a semicolon. And then let me first of all confirm if I have confirm if I have the test here. I have the ID called a test, and then let me confirm if everything is working. Oh guys, basically I forgot. I should have added here the variable. So I should say let, for example, for instance, let me say let a text. Now the first instance should be at the empty string like this. And then now guys, you can see we have looped through this stuff. Oh guys, I used one instead of I. Should be I, not one, should be I, so that it may increment, so you can see. And of course you can even increase this one to be, for example, even 10, then it will loop all the way to, remember indexing beginning from 0, remember we specified the 0, and then you can see it goes to all the way to 9. So these are 9 loops. So guys, you can see now the work of the for loop. Just to remind you, I say the first expression here, this one defines this is executed one time before the execution of the code of the code block. Then the second expression here defines the condition for executing the code block, and then this third one is executed every time the code block has been executed. So guys, just to remind you, I said the first expression here is executed before the execution of the code block. Then the second expression defines the condition for executing the code block. Then the third expression is executed after the code block has been executed. Now, in relation to this one, and this first expression sets a variable before the loop starts. Like we used I, right? And we set it to 0 before the loop starts. And then the second expression here, it defines what? It defines the condition for the loop to run, like I must be less than, I said less than 10, right? This is less than 10. And then the third expression here increases the value each time the code of block is the loop has been executed. Now that's why we use this pair of plus operator. So guys, basically I believe you have understood this concept here. Let's begin talking about the for in loop. Now now the JavaScript for in statement loops through the property of an object. Now let me write for you the syntax. So the syntax, now first of all the for keyword, and then here we have the key, and then in object, key in object, and then here the code block to be executed. Inside these are braces. This is where you write you write here the code block to be executed. Like for instance, guys, let's do this. Let me just say let me use a const keyword. Let me say person. Let me say person, and then I'll assign here to, for example, to a dictionary, make a f name for first name. Let me say, sorry, let me use something like Nehemiah, and then the second one can be something like let me say L name, right? L name, I'll give it Wekesa, and then not really, we separate with we separate with a comma. But now remember, this is a key value pair. Key is name, or a name value, it's name value pair. name is separated from the value with a colon, but now the parameters are separated with, or our properties are separated with a semicolon. Now here, say for example, age, separate from the value to with a colon. Then let me say for example something like that also. Now here let me just add in the white space here at the end, and then now let's now create the loop. So guys, basically here guys, I'll say for example, let me say let, for example something like a text be, first of all, initially let it be empty string, and then now let's now use now that keyword. So let me say for and then I'll use, remember the syntax for, then a key in, then object, key, then a in, then a object. So in this scenario guys, I'll say let, and then the key can be for example, let's say x, and then in, and then our object can be is person, right? Remember this one, you can use any, but for me I used person. This is the object now, and then so the code of block to be executed, we write it here inside the braces. For example, let me say text, I'll increment the object with let me say x, then you do it, you close the statement with a semicolon. So once again, here I should have used let, not let, should be not lex. And then here now if I want to execute, then you have to pass here text. You'll have to pass here text, right? And then you can see it shows Nehemiah Wekesa 30. So guys, basically that's how you can loop. Now in this scenario guys, the for in loop operates or iterate over the object person and the object person. Then each iteration returns a key that is x, returns a key which is x, and then the key is used to access the value of the key, and that's why we obtained what? Remember the value of the key is this x. Now this is the object, and then this is the key. So this is the value of the key. That's why you saw Nehemiah Wekesa 30. So guys, that's how you can go about that. And of course you can as well do the same with the arrays. Now for instance, remember this is just a dictionary, an object. We define an object with the dictionary with these braces, but for the arrays we use the squared bracket. For example, let's say 23, let's say for example 24, 45, 90, 100, 70 or so, and so forth. Now here guys, basically here this is what I'll do. Guys, basically automatic, you can see here that at the terminal it's working, right? It's working. But now what I'll do guys, here, because you can see it's kind of a long stuff, I'd want to add in the break tag after the end of the statement. So here I'll concatenate. So let me say plus, then I'll concatenate with the break tag so that it may break before it goes to a new line. So I'll say br. I say br, and then guys, you can see now it goes to a new line. It begins in a new line. So guys, basically this is how you can iterate over the arrays, right? Let me show you, for example, how you can use, for example, the for each and the for each keyword. So in that case, guys, let me just say, so here, guys, let me just say text to be this one. Then let me add in something like let me say numbers. Let me say, for example, let me say numbers. Then let me use numbers. Then let me say dot for each. For each, and then here I'll pass here, for example, let me use my function, and then my function, then let's close with the semicolon, and then here, now guys, here I'll use what I'll use let me clear this stuff so that it may not confuse you. Let me just say, guys, let me say function, and then I'll say my function, and then in this function I'll pass here these parameters, value on the value, and then index, and then the array, then now here we'll pass here what? We'll pass here text, I'll increment with the value, and then I can do what I can close with the, I can close with that to the semicolon to close the statement. And then guys, what should I do here? Let me add the let me increment also the value with the plus, and then let me add in the break tag. So guys, for this one to work, I should also change here to, let me change here to something like it should be numbers, because I've used here numbers. So let me use the numbers. So for it to work, then guys, you can see we have done the iteration here. So guys, basically this is how you can use the for each method. This one calls a function or a callback function once for each array element. That's how you can obtain the results. Remember guys that it takes 3 arguments: the value, the index, and then the array. So the item value, then the item index, and then the array itself. With these 3 parameters here, arguments. Let's talk about the for loop. Now the JavaScript for statement loops through the values of an iterable object. It lets you loop over iterable data structures such as arrays, can be strings, can be maps, can be node lists, and many others. So let me just write for you the syntax once again here. So it's just for, but now here guys, you pass here what? You pass here the variable of the iterable. So variable of the iterable, for the iterable. Then here this is the code block. The code block, and the code block are to be executed. So this is where you write your code to be executed. Write the code to be executed here. Now guys, basically this is the syntax. And now talking about variables here. Now variable, for every iteration, the value of the next property is assigned to the variable. So the variable can be declared with a let. It can be used. You can also use the const, and then also var. Now talking about iterable, what is an iterable? An iterable is an object that has iterable properties. Iterable properties. Like for example, a list is an example of this one. Is an example of an iterable object, right? So in regard to this syntax, let me show you how you can implement that. So you can either use const, you can use let, you can use var to define or to declare your variable. And then here I can use the same code here. Now here I want to use what? I want to use the for. Let me say for and then here say let. You can use let, you can use a constant, anything. For example, for x of, remember we are discussing a for of loop or a for of a statement. So for example, let me say numbers. Remember numbers, it is this variable here, this iterable. Now this is a list, and I said that a list is an iterable object, right? So and then here I can do it, I can increment, or I can do some operations here. Let me just say something like a text, then let me increment, let me say plus, not really, x. And then if I want it to be in a new line of code, guys, remember how to do that. You just say a plus and then var, not really, it should be break tag br, and then it will do what? It will begin in a new line of code. So guys, this is how you can loop over an array, and you can as well loop over a string. How do you do that? For example, if you have, and guys, it's a good practice to always close with a semicolon. I don't know why I'm forgetting this important thing, but here you can say, for example, let's say name tag. Let's say name tag, and then I guess you can see it has iterated over that string. It is now name tag. So you can see it also do the same with the strings. And then now lastly, guys, I want us to talk about the while loops. So loops can execute a code of block as long as a specified condition is true with the while loops. Now the while loop loops through a block of code, and I said as long as the specified condition is true. So this is the syntax. It's while keyword, not here, it should be in small. Remember, JavaScript is case sensitive. So let me say while, and then here I'll add in the condition. Here is where you add in the condition, and then this is the block of code to be executed in this stuff. So guys, I want to show you an example, for instance, how you can work with the while. So here guys, I can say, for example, let me just say, let me remove even this one, let me comment it. And then here guys, for example, I'll say let text to be an empty string, and then here I'll add in what I'll say, for example, let something like I to be 0, for instance. And then here I'll use, now instead of for, I'll use a while keyword, and then while, then here, for example, let me add in the condition. So while I is less than, for example less than 10, then we can do some something here. So first of all, let me just do this. Let me just say, for example, what should I say? Let me begin with let me add a string here first of all, and then let me say add in the break tag first br, then let me say the number, not here, the number is, then a white space, and then what I'll do here, let me concatenate with I, and then next thing, let me do it, let me say I, then I'll increment, and then so here the execution here, I'll pass here txt. And so guys, basically you can see here the terminal, we have this we've looped this stuff. And of course, you can even make it a lower less value like 5 so that you can see everything. Yeah, so guys, basically this is how you can go about the while loops. So this one execute something if the condition is true, if the statement is true. Now, if you say, for example, if you change the condition here, then guys, I believe it won't work, as you can see. So the condition must be true for it to work. Remember, guys, if you forget or if you forget to increase the variable used in the condition, then the loop will never end. The loop will never end, and this one might even crash the browser. So also we have another one called a do while. So guys, the do while loop is a variant of the while loop, and these loops will execute the code block just once before checking if the condition is true. So then this one will repeat the loop as long as the condition is true again. So the syntax is just it's just do remember I just told you that this one is the same as while, but this loop is a variant of the while loop. This loop will execute the code block just once before checking if the condition is true. Then it will repeat the loop as long as the condition is true. So the first condition, it will, regardless of if it's true or not, the first statement or execution will be executed, but the rest it will do what it will check if the condition is true. So like for instance, let me just show you the example here. Now let me use a do. Let me say do. So let me remove this one first of all here. Let me just say do this operation. It will do this operation, and then so let me add in the while here at the end. Then let me say while for instance I is less than for example 5 or a 10 or whichever value it is. Then let me add in the semicolon. Let me add in the semicolon here, and then so guys, you can see it has executed this code. Let me try to change here. For example, let me try to make the statement incorrect, and then guys, you can see it has iterated the first statement, but it has not repeated for others because they are not true. So the first one is a mandatory, it will execute, but the rest it will check if it's true or not. So I think this is the main difference between the while and the do while loop. So, and I remember always not to forget how to to increase the variable used and the condition, because it might continue forever. So guys, basically this is in a nutshell all about the loops. You can find more on the same on the website. So guys, there's something also perhaps I can touch with the break and the break statement. Now guys, the break statement jumps out of a loop. So and also we have another one called the continue. Now the continue statement jumps over one iteration in the loop. For instance, if you have several loops, but several iterable items, but I want to skip something, then I will use the continue, and then at the break, now this one jumps out of a loop. Now let me just show you an example, guys. Let me just show you an example in this scenario. I'll say, for example, if which should I just repeat again so that you may understand everything? Let me just clear this code. Let me clear everything so that it may be empty, so that you can understand. So let me say let text to be something like let's say let me first of all give it an empty string, and then now let me say now for, let me just use a for loop here. Let me say let I, for instance, to be 0. This is the first expression. The second expression, I can say I to be less than, actually to be less than 10. It will do the operation I being less than 10, only if I is less than 10. Then at the third expression, I'll increment that I. And then now in this the block of code to be executed goes inside these braces. And then the first statement, I'll say if I is equal. Remember, we use these two equals operators to equate. If you just use one like this one, you're not equating, you are assigning. Now when you use 2, it means you're equating. When I is 3, and then add what? Will break, right? Let's add in here the break. Let's say break, and then here we can add in something to execute. Let me say text, a text, and then I'll increment. Not here, should be plus. This is the increment, and then let me add in a string. So let me say that, for example, the number is, and then I'll increment with let me add in, I'll increment also. Let me add in the what, the break tag, so that it may break into a new line of code like that. Now guys, we have another one called continue statement. This one breaks one iteration in the loop if a specified condition occurs and continues with the next iteration in the loop. For instance, let me just show you continue. Let me just add here continue, and let me just add here continue, and then so guys, basically here should be, I forgot guys, here I should have added here I should have added here I, and then of course here I should have concatenate for it to work. So guys, you can see when it reaches 3, because I gave it 3. Now you can see we no longer have a 3. And guys, I'm not sure, but I think last time I didn't check well. Let me repeat break so that it can have number. So guys, you can see it goes to 3. When it reaches 3, then it skips. But now for continue, it will skip continue. This one will skip, will skip that number that you have specified. So guys, basically this is all about this is all about what? This is all about the break and the continue, right? Now guys, perhaps let me talk about the iterables for you to understand the iterable objects. So iterable are iterable objects. Iterables are the iterable objects, like the arrays and all that. So iterables can be accessed with a simple and efficient code, and can be iterated over with the for of loops. Remember we discussed these stuffs earlier, like for instance, how you can iterate over a string. Let me just show you an example, guys. Is it a string? Let's try with a string, though I told you earlier. So let me just say, for example, let text to be something like let me just say let me just say name tag. Let me say name tag here, and then once I have that name tag there, and then what I'll do, guys, let me just use now what I do, guys, first of all, let me just give it an empty, and then let me use something here at the top. Let me create a string now here. Let me use const. Let me use a const, then let me say name, then I can assign here to name tag, a name tag, Across all our social platforms, we use Nametech as our brand. We use Nametech, and then so this day a variable let txt now is an empty string, and then here I'll use a for, and then here I'll use a const. Let me use a const this time. Let me say const, and then here say let me remove this other stuff. So let me say const x. You can use either const, you can use let, you can use var. Const of name, and then what I'll do here, guys, let me execute. Let me remove this one. Let me remove this one, and then guys, here say I'll increment here. Let me just say first of all, let me remove this statement. Then here let me just say x, and then plus. For example, if I want to add in to begin in a new line, I'll use here string from br, and so I'll say br so that it may begin in a new line, and you can see it has iterated over that element. Of course, you can as well use the list, right? You can use the list. For example, let's say nametech, and then let me add in something like a coding should be coding, or let me use a cast something like let me say Volvo, and then here I'll use you separate parameters with the semicolon. Let me say BMW, and then I can add in something like even Audi. So guys, this is an example of an iterable object. You can iterate over the string, you can iterate over the array list, and all that. So guys, basically this is in a nutshell all about the iterables. And of course, you can as well iterate over the element of a map, you know. So but guys, I think should I show you that? So let me just show you how you can iterate, how you can use the for to loop to iterate over the element of a map. First of all, what is a map? So here I'll say, for example, let me just use, for example, new, and then here I'll say map, and then for map you have to add in this what you have to add in the what, let me just paste it there. Here you have to add in the list of items that you want, separated with a comma, and then so this one will be like the first item, and then you can add in as many as you want, like not cut actually. I should have paste. Let me add in several, and then so guys, basically what I do, let me change here to cast at it for it to make sense. Cast. Then here let me just change here to cast. Let me change here to cast, and then here I should execute text, and then here should be oh, and then again, and then here should be car, not cars, should be car, for should be car, right? So I forgot, guys, here I should be something like if you are in Python, it's something like a dimensional array. So like a two-dimensional array. Let me just do this. Let me just close like that. Not here. No, we use the squared something. So let me just do this, and then for you to see better. Yeah, so guys, basically you can see, but now perhaps let me try to use only two items. Let me use two items. BMW, and then So I think it's not working the way I wanted it to do. But guys, it should iterate over these elements. Oh, guys, I forgot the names. Should be something else. Like let me just use let me use Toyota. Toyota should be Toyota. And then here, let me just give it something like Audi, Audi. And then I guess you can see we have iterated over. We have mapped this. We've used the for of to loop to iterate over this element of a map. Now, guys, let's talk about the JavaScript sets. A JavaScript set is a collection of unique values, and each value can only occur once in a set. And perhaps let me give you some basic methods in JavaScript sets. There we have a new set which creates a new set. And then we have add. This add method which adds a new element to the set. Then a delete removes an element from a set. Then a has returns true if a value exists in the set. And then a for each invokes a callback for each element in a set. Then we have value method which returns an iterator with all the values in a set. And I will have properties like size which returns the number of elements in a set. So how do we create a set? Now you can create a JavaScript set by passing an array to the new set method, and you can create a new set and use add to add values to it. Then you can as well create a new set and use add to add variables to it. Now, for instance, let me show you how you can create a new set with this new set method construct actually. But in this scenario, I just want to pass it. Let me just create something, then I'll just pass it so that it may not execute something at the terminal. So not really, guys. Let me just show you something cool. So here, guys, I'll use a const keyword to declare the variable. For example, let me call it letters, and then this one I'll assign here to new set and then to new set. So basically a set is defined using these parentheses, and then inside it you can add in your items. For example, let's say the letters should be something like let's say A should be A. For instance, let's say B, not really, they are separated with a comma. Then a B, C, and so forth. And then it's a good practice always to do it to close with a semicolon. Now, how do we display the set size? Now, here we'll use the document dot get element by ID, and then our ID, remember it was a test, just for test or a demo, and then dot inner HTML. Then I will assign here to for example, let's say letters should be letters. Should be letters, and then so we want to obtain the length. We want to obtain the length of this set. For example, a size. Let's try with the size. I say dot size. So guys, basically here I forgot should be test, not text. Sorry, should be test. For it to work, and then I guess you can see it is 3, right? So basically this is how you can do it. Just how you can create that set. And guys, I want to this one we have just created but passed, but you can as well add values to it. So how do you add values to a set? So in that case, guys, instead of using these tabs here, we'll do what we'll say letters then let's say dot add, and then we can add in something like let's say something like d for so, and then let me just try to duplicate and then so guys, here I'll just change here to for example e, and remember guys, the sets cannot be you cannot duplicate something. For it to work well, you have to use something like let me give it here, for example f g. Do not allow duplicate, actually that's a good term to use. So g. So guys, basically you can see now when I add, you can see now the items are added here. You can see now the size is what is the size is 7 now. And of course you can as well do this, you can as well remove. Let me cut. Now when I cut, then it will be 4. You can see now here it's empty, but now here the output is 4 because we have added with this stuff here, with this method. So guys, basically that's how you can do that. And of course you can as well create a set and add variables even to it. How do you do that? Let me show you that. Now guys, basically in that case, I'll say for example, let me just redo. Let me just cut this stuff, and then here I can say for example, let's say now let me add in what, let me just add in the variables. So I can say for example, let me use a const. Let me say const keyword, and then here I'll say a, for example, to be something like let's say a. Let's say something like a, then I close with a semicolon. Then let's not it should be a semicolon, right? Semicolon. Then so this one we are declaring a variable for it. So here let me just say let me just say let me just use a. It should be b, and then c, and then perhaps d, and then e, and then perhaps f. Now guys, once you've declared the variables, now remember const cannot be redeclared, so let me use a b, c, d, should be not here, should be e, and then finally should be f here. Now guys, once you have declared your variables, so here you don't have to define a string, you can just pass here what, you can just pass here for example a, then a b, then a c, should be c, and then a d, and of course you can add in I added to f, d, then e, then f. You can see now the items has increased to 6. So basically you can as well use the variables to add in the to add in the items. And guys, basically we use this add method to add in elements to our to this set. And then guys, basically we have another one. You can as well use the for each. The for each method invokes or calls a function for each set of elements. Like for instance, if you, let me show you guys that how you can do that. So this set I'll add in the set of elements, like let's say a, let's say for example b, let's say it's c, and so forth. But now here guys, I want to use now a function with a guys, basically what I'll do here, let me just say, let me clear this stuff. Let me clear this stuff here, and then guys, let me just say so remember this stuff should be inside the what? Should be inside the squared brackets, like that. It should be inside the squared brackets. And then now guys, here I'll do what? I'll create a variable. Let me say let for example text to be something like let's say for instance, let me assign here to an empty string. Then here say letters, for instance, letters, then dot for each, and then here I'll pass your function. And then value, and then here I'll add in now the code, the block of code to be executed. For example, say text, I'll increment value, and then let me add in the break tag here, like let's say for instance BR, so that it may break into a new line of code. And then here we'll pass here now text, right? Should be text, and then so it's text here. And then where is the problem here? So first of all, I see there's an error somewhere here. Oh guys, I remember this one should be here at the end, should close everything like that. And then guys, you can see now we have executed this code here with the for each. So guys, basically this is how you can do that. Now these are values that we use. We can as well use the values. You can as well use this value method, which returns a new iterator object containing all the values in a set. So like should I show you that guys? I think you can just find the reference, or let me just show you guys for the interest of those who might be interested to know that. Now in that case guys, I will have to let me remove now let me remove this stuff, or let me comment it. Let me just remove. Now guys, basically for values, if you want to use the values method, remember guys, I said that the values method returns a new iterator object containing all the values in a set. Like here, first of all, say I'll pass here letters, should be letters first of all, and then dot values, if you want to obtain the values, dot values method. And then yeah, so guys, basically you can see now it outputs what? The object set iterator. So guys, basically this is how you can definitely work on that. Now you can use the iterator object to access the elements inside something, but guys, I don't want to go to that. You can find the reference on the website. On our website, it is nemtech.com. Guys, I think by now you know how you can access. Let me show you that. The website is nemtech.com. I think, yeah, nemtech.com. Let me find, yeah, nemtech.com. So you can go to the all courses, view all courses, and then you can go to JavaScript. Here it is, and then you'll find everything guys that I'm teaching you here. Once you are done with this page, you go to the next page. So it's just a profound thing. So guys, basically you can see when we have the sets here. You have a lot of stuffs here, guys. You can try these ones. But now, because we are teaching live on video, let me focus on the video part. Let me talk about the type of, basically the type of keyword is used to obtain the type of data type. So basically in JavaScript we have there are five different type of data types, and that can contain values actually, like strings, numbers, boolean, objects, and a function. And then we also have the six type of object, like object, date, array, strings, number, boolean, and two data types that can contain that cannot contain values, like a null and undefined. Now you can use the type of operator to find the type of JavaScript variables, for instance. So like so guys, like for example, let me comment this thing, or let me just delete, and then for example, let me just say, for example, type of, and then let me, it should be combined, type of should be combined, type of, and then you can say, for example, a string. Let me say string, then you can see it is a string. And then so first of all, let me just say Nehemiah, so that you can understand. So you can see Nehemiah is a string, because when I use string, you'll think that it's outputting the string that I've written here. And then for example, an integer is any number value. And then you can see now it's a number. And then an array, you'll pass here an array, like let me just undo, and then get some data type somewhere. So what I do is let me just let me cut this one, and then here let me just say type of, I don't know if it will execute, so let me say type of, then let me just pass this stuff here, and then guys, you can see it's an object, as you can see. And then guys, basically also we can as well obtain the, let me pass here null value. Let me pass here a none, then I close with the colon, and then guys, you can see it is this one returns a number, and then we have also a false, and then it's a boolean, as you can see. And then we have let's say date, let's say new, and then let's say date. You'll see that it's kind of it's a type of, it should be new, and then you can see it's an object. And then if you say, for example, let me say, just say Nehemiah, you can see Nehemiah name tag, this one should be undefined. You can see it's undefined because it's not, in fact, let me just delete this stuff. You can see it's undefined because it should be a variable when you use without the strings, but you can see when I add the quotes, it will be a string. You can see it's a string, but if I undo, then it will be undefined value. And then we also have a null. This one will be an object. And then guys, basically also we have a function, right? Let's try with the function. Let's say function, function, a function, then followed with the braces, like that. And then I'll see that it's a function. Remember, this is how you define a function, the function name, then the braces where you write in the codes to be executed and all that. And then so guys, basically I think this is about the data types, the type of. So guys, let me now talk about the JavaScript type conversion. You can convert strings to numbers, you can convert numbers to string, you can convert dates to numbers, you can convert numbers to date, you can convert booleans to numbers, you can as well convert numbers to booleans, and so forth. So JavaScript variables can be converted to a new variable and other data type by the use of JavaScript function. And then also there's also another way automatically by the JavaScript itself. So let me just show you, for example, just a few, like how you can convert strings to numbers. Now the global method number converts a variable or a value into a number, and a numeric string like let's say 1.2 and so forth can be converted to. Remember, for a string, for you to convert a string to a number, it should be a value. It should be a value inside the quotes. Yeah, it should be a value inside the quote. Otherwise, you cannot convert letters to what, to numbers or integers. So an empty string can be converted to 0 and so forth. Let me just show you an example. So here, guys, let me just say, how can I explain this stuff? So, guys, perhaps let me just say, for example, number, and then here, guys, I'll pass here. For instance, I'll pass here 2.6. Now you can see here we have what we have. Here the print function we have 3.6. It's not a string. 3.6 now it's converted to a number. So like for example, let me just say, for example, type of, and then again you can see now it's a number, but you can see it was in quotes. But you cannot use something like let's say this one won't let me just first of all let me remove this type of, and then guys you can see it gives you an null value here, undefined object. So you have to use something that can be converted, like if it were a string that contain numbers, so that way it will work. So guys, basically this is how you can work with the type conversion, and of course you can try with other stuff, but I guess I don't want to go into that. Now guys, basically the other thing that I want us to talk about or discuss in a few is JavaScript bitwise operators. Now an example for bitwise operators like the and. Let me make here a comment. Is like the and how do you add? Yeah, and. So this one is and. This one sets each bit to 1 if both bits are 1. Then I will have or. For or we use this a pipe. This is a vertical line. This one is a pipe, and then this thing, this item here. This one says this is called a XOR. This one sets a bit, each bit to 1 if only one of the two bits is what is 1. We also have there was like a delta, and this one inverts all the bits and so forth. We have a lot of guys, but I just want to show you an example. Now guys, basically JavaScript stores numbers is 64 bits floating point numbers, but all bitwise operations are performed on 32 bits binary numbers. Before a bitwise operation is performed, JavaScript converts numbers to 32 bits assigned integer. So after the bitwise operation is performed, then the result is converted back to 64-bit JavaScript numbers. So guys, basically like let me just show you an example. Let me show you an example, guys. Let me just say, let me just, for example, let me say 5 and 1, 5 and 1, 5 and 1, and then guys you can see the results there is 1. You can see the results, it outputs 1, and then now for or use the pipe, as I told you, use a pipe, and then we have this item here. Then I can see it gives you 1. Then we have others like a delta, delta, and then is it delta really? So for delta, guys, I'll say, for example, for delta, how can I put it? Like oh, for delta, let me just say let's say something like a 5, and then I guess you can see how it outputs. So guys, you can find the reference on the website on the same. Let me talk about a regular expression. A regular expression is a sequence of characters that forms a search pattern. So the search pattern can be used for text search and a text replace operations. But first of all, what is a regular expression? A regular expression, just as I've told you, is a sequence of characters that perform a search pattern. When you search for data in a text, you can use this search pattern to describe what you are searching for. So a regular expression can be a single character. It can be also a more complicated pattern. Now, a regular expression can be used to perform all type of a text search and a text replace operation. Now, this is the syntax. This is the syntax here. Is a pattern, and the modifiers, and then so this is the syntax for regular expression. And so guys, about perhaps let me show you or let me just tell you how you can use the string to do that using the string method. Now in JavaScript, regular expression are often used with the toString method, that is search and replace, right? Now the search method uses an expression to search for a match, and then return the position of the match, and then a replace method returns a modified string where the pattern is replaced. So I want us to begin with a string search, right? So a search, as I told you, method. This method returns what? This method searches a string for specified value and returns the position of the match. For instance, let me show you guys this simple example. Like let me just say let text be something like name tag is awesome. Name tag is awesome, right? And then now in this name tag is awesome, let me add in the string search here. Let me say let, and now let me say let n to be text.search, and then here I'll pass here the item that I want to search. For example, let me say is awesome, right? Let me just say awesome, and let me just say awesome. And then now always remember to close the statement with the semicolon, and then now guys here I'll pass here n, not really should be small n. Remember JavaScript is case sensitive, so it should be n, and then you can see it is 12. You can as well for example you can as well use with the regular expression. Guys, basically this one was not with the regular expression, this was just a string search to do a search, but with the regular expression, guys, I will have to add in the what. Now instead of this this string, this is a string search, but now for regular expression, remember that's the syntax here. This is the syntax here. It is awesome. Then you have to add in the I. Let me add in the I here, and then you can see it still gives you it still gives you what, 12, like what we did with the string search. So this is how you can perform that with the regular expression. And then also we can as well do the with the replace regular expression. Now first of all, let's try with the replace with a string, actually just with a string. So what I'll do, and then I will try with the regular expression, right? So what I'll do, guys, let me just create a function. Let me just say function. A function, let me call it my function, and then now a function should always have these braces where you write here your block of code. Then, for example, I can say let text to be document dot get element by id, and then the id can be test, and then test, and then let me say dot inner html, like that. Let me just close with a semicolon, and then so now I want to replace it. So in this second line of code, I'll do what I'll say text. So I'll assign here to, let me say text. So guys, basically here I'll say, let me remove this one, and in this second one, guys, I'll say I'll replace, let me just say text dot replace, should be replaced, and then here I'll replace with so I'll replace with what, let me say sorry, here, guys, I'll pass here, let me say name tag, let me just say, for example, first of all, let me just modify something so that when I replace something. So let me go to the HTML, then to this text, let me add in something like let me say please visit nametech.com, and then now, guys, I want to replace this text with for example, please. And let me just use a please, right? Let me just use a please, and then I'll replace with something like let me just say let me say please, a please, then I'll replace with perhaps kindly. I don't know why. Let me replace with the kindly. Let me say kindly, right? We have please here. Please visit nametech.com. Now I want to replace it with a kindly, right? And then guys, also here I should let me just add in some button, so that when you click on it, it changes to something else. Like here, say, let me just add in the button. Let me just use this button. I think we have the button already. I think we have the buttons already, because I can see here there's a button of a button. Guys, there's a button for. Then now here on click, I'll add here my function, right? Let me just add in my function. My function, and then so guys, basically this function, you have to use it exactly. And then guys, let me just say, for example, try this, or I click here to change paragraph. Click here to change paragraph, and then once you've defined that button, the function, then I'll use the exact function for it to work. And then guys, basically now and then guys, here I think it should be please, P for please, so that when you click on it, it will change here to kindly. As you can see, it's now kindly. When you click, it changes to kindly. Let me refresh. You can see it's please, but now let me just change here. Let me click here and add it here kindly. And then now guys, you can see when I click on play on this button, you can see it changes to kindly. So guys, basically this is how you can replace with the string. Now I want to show you how you can use the regular expression. Now for regular expression guys, I just instead of the string, you'll just use what you just use the for regular expression you use this thing, the first slash here, and the end. Then you close with an I like that. Then this one will be a regular expression, and it will still. Now here guys, let me use something like just just say just visit. This is a road term, right? Let me just refresh and see. Then you can see just visit www.nemtech.com. So guys, basically this is I think all about the regular expression. And so guys, the other thing that I want us to understand is the JavaScript operator precedence. Now operator precedence describe the order in which operations are performed in a arithmetic expression. So like multiplication and division have higher precedence than addition and here let me say for example let x to be something like let me say something like 100 plus 100 plus 10 multiply by for example let's say 3. 100 plus 10 multiplied by 3. Now you might think that it is 110 times 2, but the result will shock you. Let me show you something. Let me equate. Then let me pass here x. Let me now pass here x, and then you can see it is 120 instead of 200 and 220. So guys, basically to avoid this issue, you have to do what you have to put it inside the brackets. Let's try that and see, you'll see the change. So guys, you can see this way it is now 220. So this is the proper way on how you can solve this equation. So in a traditional mathematics, multiplication is done first, and then multiplication actually the addition and subtraction. So guys, basically operation with the same precedence like multiplication and division are computed from left to right. You have to do that from left to right if you want to for it to work well. Like if you want to say 100 multiply by 2 plus 100, and then this way it will work. You can see it's 300, but if it begins from the other end, then it will throw an error. So you have to consider that. So and remember guys, operator precedent values or expression in parentheses are computed before the rest of the expression. So like if it were for example a plus, so guys, basically you can do this as well. For example, if you want to say 100 plus 100, and then multiply by let's say something like, or let me use divide by this time. So guys, you can see this one is so when you do this, it will be 100 divided by 100, that's 1 plus 100, then it will be 101. But the best way is to use it inside the parentheses. So this way it will be perfect. So guys, you can see it is now true. So 100 plus 100, that is what? That is 100 plus 100, that is 200 divided by 100, it will be 2. Even if you add it here on this other end, then the result will still be the same. So here I should have added something like let's say multiplication. Now you'll see that it will give you a proper result. So parenthesis is always considered the first thing. Now, now with the increment, the postfix increment are executed before the prefix. So guys, you can find the reference on the website. Let me handle something else on the same. Let me handle the JavaScript errors perhaps. So for example, sometimes you might want to throw an error if some values are not executed the way you want it to be. You know, there are default error handling in JavaScript, but you can as well do your own. Like in JavaScript, you have throw, you have throw and try, you have catch, and finally. So like the try statement defines a code block to run, that is to try, and then the catch statement defines a code of block to handle any error. Then the final statement defines a code block to run regardless of the results. So the throw statement defines a custom error. So guys, let's try something here. Like remember, when executing a JavaScript code, different errors can occur, right? So errors can be coding errors made by the programmer, or errors due to wrong input and other unforeseen things. So guys, I want to show you an example here. For example, I want to show you an example. Like let me say, let me just do this. Let me just say, try, and then inside the braces here, I can say add alert. Add. What's the spelling for alert? Let me just say add alert. Something like add alert. Add alert. So this is add alert. Then I can say something like welcome guest or something, and then I close the statement in the semicolon, and then now you can as well do this one and say, let's say of course, let me remove the indentation there, and then here guys, I'll say catch. Let me say catch, and then let me say air, catch air, and then here I'll say open the braces, and then here you can say, for example, let me put this one here, here, and then guys, what I'll say here is that I'll say here air dot message air dot message, and then guys, you can see here the print function. Basically here at the browser, it says alert is not defined. So guys, in this example, we've misspelled the alert. We've misspelled alert, and it has thrown the error there. So JavaScript catches alert as an error and execute the catch code to handle it. As you can see, it's not defined. So we have a JavaScript try and catch. Now the try statement allows you to define a block of code to be tested for errors while it's being executed. Then the catch statement allows you to define a block of code to be executed if an error occurs in the try block. So like this is the syntax. The syntax is try, and then parenthesis, then a block of code goes here. Like in this example, we use this one, and then a catch. The block of code is the block of code to handle the error. So so guys, that's the syntax, and so guys, understanding this concept is quite nice because it can be used even in the form validation or input validation and anything. So this concept is so important to understand, and guys, you can do the same. You can do the You can do a practice on the same so that you can master that thing. Now guys, basically the other thing that we can discuss is the JavaScript scope, and remember scopes determine the accessibility or visibility of variables. JavaScript has three types of scope. You have the block scope, you have the function scope, and you have the global scope. Now, a variable declared with the var keyword cannot have a block scope. Remember that. The variables declared inside the braces block can be accessed from outside the block. For instance, if you use a variable inside here, let's say, if you add in a variable inside these parentheses, then it can be used outside. But if you use let me just make this thing a comment so that I can explain better. Let me make it a comment. So guys, basically when you use for example, if you use for example, let's say let for example x to be something like let's say 1 or whichever value there it is there. So this one this x cannot be used outside, here. Let me do this. Let me just make let me use a multi-line comment. Let me use a multi-line comment, and then so that so guys, basically this one cannot be used where? Cannot be used here outside. So let me say x cannot be used here, cannot be used outside these braces. But now when you use the var keyword, this one can be used. This one can be used. Can be used here. This one can be used outside this block. So guys, basically we have another one. We have the local scope. So basically local variables declared within a JavaScript function. They become what? The local. They are the local to that function actually. Can only be used inside that function. Like for instance, let me show you something. Let me say you define a function with the function keyword, then you create your function name, function like let me say my function, and then so function has the parentheses, then I will have this block, and then for example if we say let something like let me say car name to be let's say something like Volvo. Then guys, basically this one cannot be used where? Cannot be used outside this one. Outside this it can be used only here. This one can only be used there inside, but it cannot be used. Like for example, let me say document dot get element by id, and then id I think it remain test, and then let me say dot inner html, then we can pass here that car name, and then so guys, basically you can see, as you can see, it doesn't work, right? It's not outputting anything. But if you are, of course guys, you have to call the function first of all. Let's call it you remember how to call a function? You use that just the exact name. I just use the you know, you have to use you have to call the function once you've defined a function. So how do you do that? So let me say my function in these parentheses for it to work. And then again, you can see it's not working. But if I place this variable inside here, then you'll see that it is Volvo. It's working. So this is what we call the local scope. A variable declared inside a function is a local scope. But if this variable were to be placed outside here at the top, outside this scope, then this one will be a global scope, which means that it can be used inside the function. It can also be used outside the function. Like let's try outside the function and you'll see. Let me remove and then I paste it outside, and then guys, you can see it still works. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. Now guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the JavaScript hoisting. And the hoisting is a JavaScript default behavior of moving declaration to the top. So like so guys, in this case, let me say something like let me say, for example, x, let me say x to be let's say 5, something like 5, and then let's declare it at the bottom, like let's say var x, and then let's see if it will so here let me pass here x, so let me pass here x and see if it, yeah guys, you can see it is 5. So it has been used once it has you know, been declared, right? So guys, basically you can as well use it. Let me first of all cut here, and then let me paste here. Still guys, you can do this way. So guys, basically to understand this, remember, to understand this guys, you have to understand the term hoisting. Hoisting in JavaScript default is a default behavior of moving all declaration to the top of the current scope, actually to the top of the current script or at the current function. Yeah, so like for example, if you add it here at the bottom, then I use it at the top. So basically when you declare your variable here at the bottom, then now the behavior of adding this var here at the top, or this declaration here at the top, is what we call the hoisting, you know. So guys, basically the late basically variable defined with the late in the const are hoisted to the top of block, but not initialized. So mean the block of code is aware of the variable, but it cannot be used until it has been declared, right? So using the late variable before it is declared will result to a reference error. Like for instance, if we say something like if you say x and then you say here let let's say let so let me say let x should be x. Let me add it here. Guys, you'll definitely see that it's not defined. That's why you can see it doesn't. Oh, for example, let me just do this. Let me remove this stuff and that it may be empty. So guys, you can see it doesn't execute anything, but with the var it does. var with the var it does, but with the when you use the when you use the late or const, then it will be undefined. So guys, I guess you've understood this, and I guess this is very important. Hoisting is basically, to many developers, is a known or overlooked behavior of JavaScript. So if a developer doesn't understand hoisting, programs may contain bugs or errors. So to avoid bugs, always declare all variables at the beginning of every scope. Like if you were to paste it here at the top, then guys, you'll avoid this error. So just consider this one. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is this keyword. What is this? In JavaScript, this keyword refers to an object. Which object depends on how this is being invoked or is used or called. So this keyword refers to different objects depending on how it is used. In an object method, this refers to the object. and alone, this refers to the global object. And in a function, this keyword refers to the global object. And then in a function again, this in strict mode, this is undefined. And in an event, this refers to element that receive the event. And then a method like, for example, call, apply, or bind can refer this as any object. You need to know that this is not a variable, it's a keyword, is a is a preserved keyword in JavaScript. You cannot change its value. So basically, guys, basically when you use these method, when used in an object method, this refers to an object, as I told you. And then like a good example, let me just show you. Let me just show you a quick one. So so guys, here guys, I can create an object. Let me just clear this other stuff, and then here guys, I say, for example, const, and then I say person perhaps, and then I'll assign here to this dictionary an object, and then so the first parameter or a property, or a first property, I'll say, for example, fname. Fname, remember, an object is in key value pair. As an object, the first name I can say Nehemiah, Nehemiah, and then last name I can say, for example, Wakesa, and then ID, unique identity. Remember always to close with a comma, close parameter, separate parameters with a comma, and then for example, age. You can say, for example, something like 30 years, and so forth. So, and then for example, for full name, now if you want to say full name, you can say, for example, full name. Then this one refers to the object, right? When you use this. So first of all, let me say function, function, and then in this function, I want to return something. I want to return, for example, remember to close with a comma here, otherwise you'll have the error. And then so here I'll say return. Now when you use this here, it will be in reference to that object. For example, fname, and then perhaps you can concatenate with something like, let's say, let me create a white space here, and then let me say plus this dot last name, l name. Now these are, remember, these ones are in reference to this object person. Now when I call this function, how do you call it? Guys, I remember, I'll use this the same ID here, and then here guys, I say person dot full name, person dot full name, and then so guys, basically we have to do it. Basically guys, we have to call this function. Oh, I forgot, here it should be this way, and then now guys, you can see it has returned Nehemiah Wekesa. So in this example, this keyword refers to the object, because full name is a method of the person object. We got Nehemiah, Nehemiah Wekesa. So basically guys, that's how you can use it, and of course you can as well use this alone. Now when you use this alone, then this one will refer to the window object. When you use just this alone, like for instance, let me make this stuff a comment, and then let me try also, let me make this one also a comment, and then what I'll do, let me say, for example, let me say let x to be this let's close, and then here I'll pass here x, now x, and then now in this example you can see now the object is window. So in this example this refers to the window object. Now in the strict mode, when in strict mode, the this refers also to the global object when in the strict mode. So like I guess I can say, for example, let me add in here some, let me say use perhaps something like a strict use strict. I use strict, and then here guys, what can I say? I'll say, for example, for instance, first of all you close the colon, and then guys, as you can see, guys, as you can see now the object is still guys, basically this also refers to the window object, right? As you can see. So for both alone, when you use the this alone, and also for in strict mode, they refers to the window object, actually the window object here. So inside a function, this in a function. In a function, the global object is the default binding for this when you use inside another function. Can I show that? Let me just should I use just let me also comment this one, or let me just delete, and then I here guys, let me just say function. Let me just say function, then let me call it my function, and then I here I'll add in here, for example, return. Let me say return what this. Let me say return this, and then guys, basically what I'll do here, I'll pass here, I'll call. Remember, it's a good practice always to call function once you have declared. Once you have declared a function, always call the function, and the function is my function, and then you have to add in the parentheses for it to work. Then you can see still the object window. So also when you use it inside the function, it refers to the object, window. So it can as well be used in an event. In an event handler, this refers to the HTML element that receives the event. And should I show you that, guys? I think you can find it on the website, and I have a profound explanation on the same. But now, guys, I want to talk about the arrow functions. First of all, let's understand what is arrow function. Arrow function were introduced in ECMAScript 6. So arrow function allows us to write shorter functions, let me show you guys that. Let me just show you an example of an arrow function. Now for an arrow function, you just write, for example, let me say let, for example, let hello be something like an empty string. First of all, an empty string, and then let me close, and then here I'll return, for example, return, let me say hello there. Let me just say something like a hello there, and then here I'll pass here the here I'll pass in what? I'll pass in here hello. Let me pass here hello. Let me pass here hello. Hello. This is a hello thing here. So So guys, basically I should have done this. Let me say hello. I forgot to create a variable for the function, and then again you can see it is and it has executed that hello there. Now, so guys, basically in this example, it shows the syntax of a function without the use of an arrow function. And we saw the output there is hello there. Now let's try with the function, with the arrow function. Now with the arrow function, guys, we'll say what we'll say, for instance, so it will be equal, then a parenthesis, empty parenthesis like this, and then again I'll pass here equal operator, and then greater than, and then so here guys I'll remove what? I'll remove this entire thing. I'll remove this entire thing so that it may just be these are braces like that, and then as you can see the output here is still hello there. So guys, I guess it's shorter to use the arrow function than writing the function thing, like the function name and all that, because I can see this one's just quite nice. So guys, basically remember this one works only if the function has one statement. So if you have parameters, you pass them inside the parentheses. So if you have parameters, you can add in the parentheses, like for example, let's say val, and then val, and then now guys, basically once you have that val there, so guys, in that case, once you have the parameter there, you have to add in the as an argument here at the end. So in this case, I'll say for example, hello there. Let me just say for example, welcome to. Let me say welcome to Nametech. Welcome to Nametech. Welcome to Nametech. Sorry. I should be an Nametech. Now here also I'll have to concatenate, where here I should concatenate here with the plus the val, and then what I do guys, let me close, it's closed already. So if you want to have some white space there, you can add in here, and then you can see now hello there, welcome to Nametech. So this example shows an arrow function with a parameter. But again, remember with this one, if you just have one parameter, then you can definitely skip. You can skip the parentheses as well. If you have just one parameter, you can just skip, and then say for example, you can skip this parentheses if you just have one parameter like we do, and then it will still work. If I have several, then the parameters is for you. So but guys, what about this keyword? Now the handling of this is also different in arrow function compared to regular function. In short, with the arrow function, there are no binding of this. In regular function, this keyword represented the object that are called the function, which could be the window, the document, a button, or whatever it is. So with the arrow function, then this keyword always represent the object that defined the arrow function. So guys, basically for more details, you can find the reference on the website. Now guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the JavaScript classes, and this one were introduced in ECMAScript 2015. It was introduced in 2015 actually, and the JavaScript classes are templates for JavaScript objects. So now we use the class to create a class, and always add a method named a constructor. You have to add in a method for the constructor. So the named constructor, like for instance, let me say for example, let me show you an example here. Let me just create a class. So we use the class keyword class, and then for example, let's say car, and then let's open the braces, and then in this car I can say for example constructor. You have to use this constructor thing, constructor, and then here you can add in, for example, name, year, and so forth. And then here you can pass in your statements here. For example, let's say this dot name. We can assign here to name, and then you can say also this first of all, you close with a semicolon. You close statement with a semicolon, and then so here I'll say, for example, year. Let me say year like that, and then so guys, basically now this is how you can do it. This is how you can this is how you can do it. This is how you can use the class. This is how you can create a class and use the constructor in this scenario. And so this one will create a class named car. It will create a class named cars, and then the class has two initial properties, that is name and year. So a JavaScript class is not an object. You need to know that it's not an object. It is just a template for a JavaScript object. Now, how do you use these? How do you use these classes once you have defined this class? So, guys, basically to use these classes, and then what we'll do, let's say, let me here say what, first of all, let me just say const, then I'll say, for example, my car1, I can assign here to new, and then let me say, for example, car, and reference to that car class. Then I'll pass here, for example, so the first parameter was name and then a year. So I'll say, for example, I say Ford, and then the year can be, now the second argument represent, or the second argument represent the year. For example, let's say 2010, and then now car2, I'll say, for example, 2, then here I'll change here to Audi, and then this one, let me say 2023, 2020, sorry, should be 2023, like that. And then now here guys, I'll say what? I'll say my car1 dot name, I'll concatenate, perhaps let me say with the empty string, then I'll concatenate it, and then I'll say for instance my car2, and then dot name, then guys, you can see now we have Audi, we have Audi, and we have Ford and Audi. So these are, guys, you can create two car objects from the car class. And remember, the constructor method is called automatically with a new object, with a new object, right? Perhaps let's talk about this constructor method in detail. So this constructor method is a special method, as it has to have the exact name. The constructor, you have to use the exact name constructor, like this, the exact name constructor. So it is executed automatically when a new object is created, and it is used to initialize object properties. So if you do not define a constructor method, the JavaScript will add an empty constructor method. So guys, basically the other thing that perhaps we can discuss in a few is the modules, JavaScript modules. Now, JavaScript modules allows you to break up your code into separate files. So this one will make it easier to maintain a code base, right? So modules are imported from an external file with the import statement. These are like the code library. You know, you have an external file where you just use you just use the codes which are from somewhere else, so just use it. Well, it will be just like your code base. So modules will rely on the type, then at the module in the script tag. So like guys, basically you can how can I explain this stuff? Can I write for you the syntax? Let me just write for you the syntax so that you may understand what I'm talking about. So basically, guys, this is the syntax. Let me just add in here a comment. This is the syntax. So the second syntax is script, and then a type should be your module name. I'll say your module. I'll say module. Module, and then so if you want to use it, now this is the file, the name of the file, and then here I'll say, for example, the message, right? Let me just say, for example, dot message .js and then I always close your script tag. If you want to link it to your HTML document, you have to do this to close. So guys, this is the syntax, and modules with a function or a variables can be stored in an external file. So there are two types of export: named export and default export. So named export, named exports, like for example, let us create a file name JavaScript. Like in this case, I will use this script but let me just repeat. Let me create another one, and I call it, for example, person, should be person.js. So this is the new JavaScript files, and then so guys, basically we can do it. We can fill it with the two things that we want to export. So we can you can create named export basically in two ways: inline, individually, or all at once at the bottom. So like for instance, let me just say export, then a const, and then for example name. Let me assign here to, for instance, Nehemiah Wekesa, and then let me close, and then let me say export, and then const, then age. I'll give it, for example, let's say 40. So guys, this we have created some data in these some variables in these these are in this thing. Now guys, basically we can all at once we can as well do the same. So basically this one we have done we have created manually one by one, but we can as well do this. We can just define your const. For instance, let me just, I think this is a good nice way. You can say, for example, age, and then a name. So these are so I should have used the keyword const. Also here, let me use a const. It's always a good practice to declare your variable, and then you can do the same at once. Like you can say export. You can say export, and then here you pass in your name and the age. So name will be the container for Nehemiah case, and then the age will be the container for 40. So guys, these are how you can do it. This is how you can use the named export, and of course you can have also the default exports. So guys, basically we can as well create. Let me create another one, guys. I want to show you something else. Let me just create another file, perhaps let me call it a message. Remember, it must end with the extension .js, and then in this named export, I'll say, for example, for instance, I say const const, then a message can be something like let me assign here to let me use the arrow function here, and then here guys I'll say I'll use here, I'll say for example let me just say name, let me say for example const, let me just copy from the person, let me copy it here, and then let me just paste it there, and then at least so it may be, and then so here guys I'll say return, let me say return name, then plus is, let me create a white space, let me say for example is plus age, let's say age plus years is a string, so let me say years old. Now let me close it, and then I can now at the end of this stuff I can say what I can say, let's close, and then here I can say export, and then a default, export default, then message. So guys, basically this way we have done, we have created an this external file, a JavaScript file. So guys, basically how do we import it, how do you use it? Alright guys, basically I think the best way, let me just use it here at the HTML. So here at the script, let me just say this, let me just type here script, script type is gonna be what is gonna be the type here is gonna be gonna be module, the way it is, and then alright guys, because we are using the external script, let me just add this attribute here, let me just cut, let me add it here, and then so guys, once it's there, then we can definitely import this stuff. So what I'll do, let me just say let me say in the script, because we have included the module there, so here I can say for instance import for example we have message, or let me just use first of all the person, then I will try with the we'll try with that. So let me say import, then here I say that for this one, the named, you have to use the braces, the curly braces, so it will be name, comma, and also in the age also. So from name, age, and then from. Now the goodness with Visual Studio Code, it just gives you the it just auto complete for you from this person directory, this person file here. So so guys, basically now what you do here, let's say for instance, let's say let, let me use a keyword, let me say let text, let me say text to be something like let me say my name is let me concatenate with the name. To concatenate we use the plus its name, and then plus, and my name is, and then let me add in first of all a comma, and then let me say I am, then let me concatenate with the age, and say plus age, and then to add in the full stop guys, you can as well concatenate, you can add here an empty string, then let's say dot, and then you close your statements like this. And then now guys, basically when you pass here text, When you pass here text, then it will do at it will be, let's try and see. So guys, basically this is how you can do that. Of course, I forgot here. I should have added here .js. And then as you can see, my name is Nehemiah Wekesa and I am 40. We can as well do with that message one. So let me comment this one. Then here I'll say, for example, import. Let me say import message. Import message from message.js. You have to add in the extension .js, and then message.js, and then here we can just pass here the method, the message, the message what method here. So let me just say message is a method, and then now guys, you can see it has pulled the data from the other side. Nehemiah Wekesa is 40 years old. Like I can modify, even add in some white space here. Then you can see it is modify years old and happy. Let me try to modify here a bit so that you can see it works. And a happy man, and a happy man. So guys, you can see it updates automatically. So guys, basically this is how you can use the modules. So basically modules, these are just like the code library. And I remember this one only works with the HTTP or a HTTPS protocol. If you open this file, if you just open this file on the with the file that has file, for example, file, then let me show you an example. Let me go to my file explorer to desktop where this project is, JavaScript, and then for example, if I just open this file directly, let me just double click, and then is it not here? Let me just open with this index file, and then guys, you can see on this other end it doesn't work because this file is open from the file, from the local host. Actually, it doesn't have this extension. These are HTTP or a HTTPS protocol. So this one only works with the HTTP protocol for it to work. So guys, the next thing that we want to discuss is the JavaScript JSON. And JSON is a format for storing and transporting data. So JSON is often used when data is sent from a server to a web page. But first of all, what is JSON? JSON is an acronym or a stand for JavaScript Object Notation. That is JS for JavaScript, then O, that is object, then N, notation, JavaScript Object Notation. So JSON is a lightweight data interchange format, and is a language independent, and also it is self-describing and easy to understand. So basically the JSON syntax is derived from the JavaScript object notation syntax, but the JSON format is text only. Code for reading and generating JSON data can be written in any programming language. You can use it in Python or any other language. So let me just show you an example, guys, how the JSON syntax can be defined. Or before I get there, should I show you something else? How can I show? These are just like the objects, JavaScript objects, but so let me just show you an example, a quick one. Though we are not discussing JSON in details, but I just wanted to mention. So basically, this is how you define JSON. This is how you define JSON. You begin with the curly braces. We begin with the curly braces, and then in these curly braces, you can have your object. For example, let's say employees. Let's say something like what is the spelling? So let's say employees. Then in these employees, you can have the list of employees. Also, the list of employees inside the list. Not here, it should be not brace, it should be now the list. The list of the employees. Then you can have here the, for example, So in this list, guys, you can have, for example, let's say the first name. Let's say first name. First name. You can give it something like, let's say even Nehemiah. Let's say Nehemiah is a string also. Let's say Nehemiah. Let's say Nehemiah, and then you can have as many as you want. And then, for example, let's say last name. Last name. First of all, separate parameter with a comma. Then last name. Remember, is a string. Last name you can say, for instance, let's say Wekesa. Let's say Wekesa, and then you separate with a comma like this. And then you can have as many as you want, provided you separate them with a comma like this. And then now, guys, basically this is how JSON stores data. Just like the JavaScript object, you can see how it looks like, but this one is kind of more advanced. So guys, basically the JSON way, the JSON format is actually in the syntax way, it is identical to the code for creating the JavaScript object, right? Because this similarity, a JavaScript program can easily convert JSON data into the native object. Now guys, basically like as you can see in this way, guys, this is a wrong format of a JSON, because a JSON uses the double quotes. You have to use the double quotes. I forgot, I should have used the double quotes. So let me just change, and I use what, let me use a double quote like this. And then here also, let me just add in the closing tag for the double quotes. And then also here for Nehemiah, this also should be inside the double quote. So let me just select all. Now I think this is the main difference. So here it has the double quote. It uses the double quotes. Sorry, it should be double quote. And then lastly, this other end also, the double quote should have the double quote. Let me select all, and then now let me use a double quote here. And then here also, or what I do, guys, I think the best way is just for me to select the quotes. So let me just select quotes, and then change here to double quote. So guys, basically this is now the right format for a JSON file. So guys, basically this is how you define your not the JSON, what the JSON files therein. So the data are in name value pairs, the name value pairs. So basically this is how you can define your JSON files. So this is the data now for that JSON, it is name, then the value. Now objects are in now this is the data, and that the objects they are in curly braces, as you can see. These are now objects, the JSON objects. So JSON objects are written inside the curly braces, just like in JavaScript. Objects can contain multiple names and values. So on the same. Now for a JSON array are written inside the square brackets, just like in JavaScript. An array can contain objects, right? So guys, I think this is in a nutshell. So guys, finally we are done, but I want to give you some best practices to increase the performance of your JavaScript code. So guys, first of all, you have to reduce activity in loops. Loops are often used in programming, like in JavaScript. We have just discussed the loops. And remember, each statement in a loop, including the for statement, is executed for each iteration of the object. So statements or assignment that can be placed outside the loop will make the loop run faster. We just have to consider that. So again, the other thing is to reduce the DOM access. So accessing the HTML DOM is very slow compared to other JavaScript statements. So if you expect to access a DOM element several times, access it once and I use it as a local variable, instead of having a lot of stuff, so it might interfere with the loading speed and also your web performance. Also, you have to reduce the DOM size. So keep the number of elements in the HTML DOM small. So when I talk about DOM, this is document object model, and that you can remember with the DOM, you can change the HTML elements, you can change the styling of a HTML element, you can change anything, you can modify anything in the HTML element, you can get element, and all that with the DOM. Now, so basically, I said the other way to increase the performance of your page or website is to keep the number of elements in the HTML DOM small. So this will always improve the page loading and speed up the rendering or a page display, especially on smaller devices. So every attempt to search the DOM like get element by tag name or get element by ID, this one will benefit from a smaller DOM. Actually, with get element by tag name, this one will benefit from the smaller DOM. You know, and then again, also avoid unnecessary variables. Ensure that you define a variable which you will use. So don't create just new variables if you don't plan to use to have the values on it, to reduce the values. That one will speed up the performance if you ignore those unused variables to remove actually. So again, now putting your script at the bottom of the page. Now, like in our case in this HTML, we added the script file here at the bottom of the page. Now the reason is this one will let your browser load fast, or your page will load fast. Now guys, basically in this case, while a script is downloading, the browser will not start any other document, will not start any other document. That is, for example, if you place it at the top, then when the script will be downloading the scripts, then the browser won't respond, won't work anything, or will not start any other thing unless it has finished. So it will will interfere with the loading speed and all that. And in addition, all parsing and rendering activity might also be blocked. And remember, the HTTP specification defines that a browser should not download more than 2 components in parallel. Another thing, lastly, guys, is to avoid using the with keyword. Avoid using the with keyword. It has a negative effect on speed. It also clusters up JavaScript code. Now, with the with keyword, it's not allowed basically in the script mode. So, guys, I think it's a good practice always to avoid this stuff. So guys, basically this is the end of the JavaScript course, and I really celebrate with you for finishing the JavaScript course, and I believe by now your JavaScript programming knowledge will now be increased. And what I want to advise you guys is that I've been giving you the basics, but you can do a lot with JavaScript. So go and explore JavaScript, try examples, practical examples of this stuff that I've shown you, and always keep coding so that you may not forget. But all in all, guys, I really appreciate you for your precious time. And if you might find it helpful, if you have found it helpful, please now subscribe, like, and share the video to your friends. And until next time, this is Nehemiah. Goodbye.